Privileged to be here.
Let me say this about you. What strikes me the most about you is your humility and openness. And it makes me to ask, who is Toyin Ayinde?
Well, Toyin Ayinde is Toyin Ayinde.
Yes.
But I must say that I was brought up under a disciplined parenthood, and who taught us to know that what is it that you have that you were not given. So, and if you were given, why do you behave as if you are really the one that authored everything? So that points to the fact that we have to be humble in anything that we do, knowing that you will not be the first to do what you are doing, and you are not about to be the last. So, and I believe that anywhere we find ourselves in life is a test to wherever we are going again. So if you fail that test today, you may not be able to withstand tomorrow. So that's how I have grown as Toyin Ayinde, which makes me a little bit different from my peers, because it's not the way that my peers will look at things that I will look at them. So many things that people clamor for, that they think is the end of the world, I just rationalize and ask myself, what is it in life that I will exchange my life for? You know, and I do not see anything. So it makes me humble, giving respect to the other person, knowing that he can as well be occupying the seat I'm occupying now. So that's where I believe life should run.
Yeah, no, you see, as someone who finds himself in society, the home prepared you for the society.
True.
Were you caned when you were younger?
Oh, I was caned. I happened to be firstborn in the family, and you know what firstborns go through.
I don't know.
You know,
I'm not one.
okay, so you're not one. The truth is that parents, generations ago, did not go through any school of parenting. So each parent brought up their own child the way they were brought up. So it's like a wumble and fumble thing. So I went through a dad who, if he promised you he was going to cane you,
You got caned.
if he hasn't caned you in 2 weeks, don't think he forgot. He's just looking for the appropriate time. In fact, you could be sleeping and he will wake you up with that cane.
But going through that, did you find yourself detesting him?
Initially as a child, later I grew up to rationalize. In fact, there was a time I was saying, okay, this man actually wanted me to be a good person, but he didn't know how to go about it. I'll give you an example. You know that when I was younger, I was a stammerer, chronic stammerer.
Really?
And I remembered my mom caning me to say, stop stammering, stop stammering. There was one day I had the opportunity to say this publicly, and she was there. I said, may God forgive her.
Amen.
You know, but how did I get over stammering?
Yes.
I learned on my own. I discovered that you stutter more when you are aggravated.
Yes, true.
When you are angry, when you are in an argument.
Yes.
So I learned not to get involved in arguments. I learned not to raise my voice. Then I learned to speak slower,
Yes.
to pick my words. And eventually,
Deliberately.
I began to develop. So I now find people call me an orator, and I look at myself,
Where is that coming from? So now, compare your upbringing to what you have done with your children. Did you cane? or spank, as we say these days now?
Yes, I did. You know, I was brought up in a Christian home.
Yes.
So the Bible says that
Bring up a child
there's a foolishness
in the heart of a child. It is a cane,
the rod of correction.
Yeah.
But the rod really doesn't have to be cane.
Yeah.
But what most of us did was cane. But it didn't get far as I experienced, because then I had begun to go for parenting classes, not formally. Sometimes you just learn it in the church. But I went for leadership studies.
Yes.
And one of the books that made an impact in my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People,
Yeah.
written by Stephen Covey.
Stephen Covey, yes.
And it was there that I learned that by the time I'm using a cane on my child, I'm trying to enforce what I was unable to normally pass to him. So it made me realize that, oh, this thing is about communication. So I began to improve on my communication. In fact, one of the things I first did was to have a one-on-one with one of my children, with each of my children.
Yes.
So I'll take them, just go to an eatery, feel relaxed, and I'll be discussing. In fact, last month we were in UK. My last born graduated in University of Manchester, his master's degree.
Okay.
And when we got there, guess what? He said, Dad, you remember that when we were younger, you were taking my elder siblings for discussions. And you said it was going to be my turn, but it never came. He said, now we are going to discuss.
Which is very instructive. Like, communication is very important.
Yes.
Right. Let's hold it there. We're going to take a break now for a short while. When we're back, we'll continue our talk with Mr. Toyin Ayinde. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Town Planner Toyin Ayinde. Recently, you served as chairman of the tribunal into that collapsed building in Ikoyi. I know you have presented your report, and without asking you to divulge anything that's already divulged, what basically did you come out with as a person about the building industry?
Well, thank you for that question, and I think I would also like to thank the Lagos State government for the privilege to have been appointed as chairman of that tribunal. And I also want to thank every member of that tribunal. They were all accomplished professionals who knew their onions. They were all people who couldn't be manipulated. Let me say that we did that assignment gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, we were not offered any sitting allowance. We didn't collect any sitting allowance. I think that probably gave us the courage to look into the issue realistically and come up with recommendations. What I take away from that assignment is that we can't pass the buck. Can't pass the buck. The buck has to stop on someone's table. And there are levels of tables like that where we have not taken cognizance of the value of life. And that's why the summary of our report was that building collapse in Nigeria is rooted in the falling ethics and value systems of Nigeria. So over time, we have lost touch with what is right. You even have to be defending what is right now before what is wrong. You know, one of the things we said as we were submitting the report was that members of the tribunal would need government protection because in a few weeks' time, they will probably be the villains, and those who did the wrong thing will be praised. And it's because we haven't learned how to call a spade a spade. When you see somebody who says this is the real issue, these are the culprits, what people end up asking is, why did he discover the culprits? So it gives you some kind of challenge of the kind of system we're running. But if the building industry must restore confidence, we must embrace professionalism, we must embrace a value system that puts value on the Nigerian life.
But let me interrupt you. If we talk of the buck stopping somewhere, and we want to put value to the Nigerian life and also be professional, what would you say causes buildings to collapse? They don't need to be high-rise buildings like that. Different types of buildings, a 2- or 3-story building just collapsed recently in Ebute Metta.
Yeah.
You understand? Why do buildings collapse?
Well, buildings will collapse because of the failure to take a decision. And it depends on who was meant to take that decision. You know, let's imagine it's a building under construction.
Yes.
There are professionals who are meant to take a decision.
Decision.
Layers. A contractor is supposed to have professionals working. There are consultants meant to supervise the contractor. There are government agencies meant to monitor. So anytime any of these ones fail, buildings may collapse when the wrong things are done. But because everyone has responsibility, we should be able to trace who dropped the ball.
Yes.
And anyone who dropped the ball should be penalized for dropping the ball. I think that's what is missing.
Because there's no punishment meted out to anyone.
That's the missing point. That's the missing point.
I know that in our environment there is a housing deficit, a very serious one across the nation, particularly so in urban cities like Lagos.
Yeah.
Now, around us, people just buy a piece of land and start building. Should it be so?
Now, the first thing about building is that we have a wrong model in Nigeria. And I've been privileged to say this in 25 states of the Federation. First, I think our governance model is wrong.
We'll come to that.
Yes, because government, and I'm saying government, I'm beginning from government and governance, because by research, I learned that 3,300 BC, before Christ, cities were planned by government itself. It's part of the responsibility of government to plan. So what does government do? Government takes care of the generality of the people. But we haven't really enjoyed that in Nigeria. Most times, government takes care of a section or a few people. Now, where government takes care of the generality of the people, individuals rarely build houses for themselves. So in UK, for example, there is a public housing policy.
Yes.
And government, buildings, residential buildings are either put up by corporations, cooperatives, or by councils. So you can have a council flat.
And you can't even renovate without permits.
No, and you didn't build it yourself.
Yeah.
It was built by reputable organizations. So you don't have the government persuading land to individuals because governance is in place. But where there is lack of governance, where government is not taking responsibility for public housing, then it persuades land to individuals. And then you have individuals go to the markets, going to buy cement, going to buy iron rod, which doesn't happen in many places. It's the same thing that we have for public transportation.
Yeah.
Where there is no public transportation, there will be so many commercial vehicles on our roads. Where there is no public water supply, there will be so many boreholes. So, and the more people you have doing that thing, the less control, the less enforcement you are able to do. I think that's what has brought us to this level. You know, there are too many people constructing who don't know about construction.
Yeah.
There are too many quacks in the business who have no business being there. And unfortunately, you know what, like I was telling the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria last week, I was asking, what is it that quacks tell the citizens, that the citizens believe in them more than the professionals?
Probably because they are cheaper?
Maybe, but it's also at a great risk.
Yes.
Yes. And because we have all lost value, a man puts the cost of building higher than his own life. Because that's what I think is happening.
Yes.
So there's need for a rediscovery of our values. That's the way I think we will.
But you know, I also think that there's need for courage in enforcing standards.
True, and enforcement of standards, like I said, is about layers. Enforcement of standards will cut across professional bodies. So when anybody offends, I'm a town planner. If I do any sharp practice, it should be possible to report me to my institute. My institute, for example, has an ethics and disciplinary committee, and I should be able to face that committee. And then, if I'm wrong, I'm penalized. And people shouldn't be looking at it from the fact that, oh, okay, he was penalized because he's not Yoruba speaking, he's penalized because he's Igbo and things like that. So all of those things have to be removed. We have to learn, government has to learn to also enforce discipline.
Okay.
So it's not just about professional bodies. Government must also do that. And government more, because government is the one that really has that capacity to put everybody in their place, especially if it's done within the legal framework.
We'll come back. When we're back, we'll continue our talk. This time, we'll be talking about the quality of workmanship within the industry and what has happened to us in Nigeria regarding personnel and training and even preparing our youth to participate in the industry where you specialize. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Ayinde. We were talking about the quality of workmanship. You enter a building that's just been finished, you see the lines are not straight, you see the screening is imperfect and all that. And then you say, who are the people who did this? Or say, oh, somebody, I was advised to bring in people from Ghana, from Republic of Benin, but I thought it was too expensive. These Nigerian people are not. What has happened to our trade centers, to all of these government training institutes? Why can't even the private sector set up proper training institutes for the various levels of the building industry?
I think over time we've lost touch with training personnel in Nigeria. In those days, there used to be the City and Guilds exams.
Yes.
For craftsmen, masons, and things like that. I'm not sure we have that anymore. I recollect that a few years ago, there was a young man, Shegun Sholade or something like that, who was trying to work on artisans
Yes.
and craftsmen, working in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Building to see that craftsmen are properly trained. Because indeed and in truth, even housekeeping hands
Yes.
in hotels, we don't even have them anymore.
Yes.
You know, so and these are vocations that really need training. I think we got carried away by the certificate syndrome. Everybody wants to have a BSc, everybody, and so we do not have dignity of labor anymore. So no one is willing to learn some of these things. In fact, they probably prefer to be bike riders than some of these things. But the truth is, I was in Ghana a few years ago, I think in 2007, where we were designing an estate for a client, and the client insisted that he wanted me to visit Ghana to see an estate, Trasaco Valley or something like that. And when I got there, what I first saw, the masonry, I said, the bricklayers who worked on my mom's house will do a better job than this. Until I saw their finishing. One of the things you will find out about them is that when it comes to finishing, they are never in a hurry. If you flip that back to us, we are always in a hurry. So, because the longer it takes for you in finishing a job, the better the quality. So we see that, and that's why the science of project management came. You know, we don't manage our projects well. We are always in a hurry to complete them. Sometimes those projects are to score political points. So rather than do them well,
do them quick.
I've had a governor say that we're doing this road, I'll deliver it in 3 months. The design probably has not even been done. And you don't know the intricacies of those things. So I think we just must understand that there are processes. And if we must get good results, we must pass through those processes and do due diligence, which is what we're lacking right now.
So what's the way out?
The way out is to ramp up things like what the Nigerian Institute of Building is doing, trying to train. You know, what they're trying to do is concentrate on those artisans and craftsmen and build up a reserve of such people so that when you need their services, you can be sure that when you go to this body, they will give you people who are qualified. And by the time they are doing it, if we can replicate that in states of the Federation, cities and the Federation, then we should be able to put back quality workmen. And then our economy really has to support the building industry. It is said to be one of the largest employers of labor. So if the building industry is vibrant, people will also be able to stay there and earn their living.
Yeah, still talking professions. Now, you are currently the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Do people really appreciate the work of a town planner in this environment?
The way I put it is that Nigerians generally do not understand what town planning is. And I've had to say this before about 8 or 9 governors that I have met, that what people think is town planning in Nigeria is exactly what is not town planning.
So what is town planning?
Town planning is putting order into human settlements. But we will not understand this until we understand how a human body is. A human body has systems. Circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, reproductive system, skeletal system. That's how the human settlement too is. Every human settlement has a circulatory system. That's the root system. It has a productive system, the industry. It has a respiratory system, the recreational areas that allows the environment to breathe. It has an excretory system, digestive to excretory system. That's the waste management, how you produce your waste and how you manage it. So these are the things that have to do with planning. So every human settlement, every town, city or village needs to first be planned on how is it going to grow, just like a human life is planned. You didn't become a broadcaster by error. No, nobody becomes anything by error. You plan it. You work towards the subjects that lead you there. Many children want to become medical doctors. When it becomes time to choose their subjects and they are choosing English literature, geography, Christian religious knowledge, French, they will tell that child, you know what, you can never become a medical doctor. It's the same thing. When you want a city to be organized, you plan it before you now begin to put buildings there. But in Nigeria, it's the buildings we know. So when we go for building plan approval, that's what we call town planning. Now, a building plan that is sitting on an unplanned area is like putting something on nothing. And that's why we will never get the right result. So we must start first by planning our city system, giving it a theme. Which type of city do we want? Is it an industrial city? Is it an educational city? Is it one that you will know for agricultural production? And that's what will now prescribe how we go about it and how we grow over time.
But then, when I've seen situations where cities were planned, as it were, and they evolved, they developed, and along the way, areas that were marked strictly residential began spotting commercial activity and all that.
Very possible, because even a human being, I likened a human settlement to a human being, evolves. There are times somebody bloats up in size, and he has to look through his wardrobe and see that these clothes can't size anymore. He gets new ones. There are times that he trims down and says, you know what, I have to get new. So there is what is called review. So many times when in Nigeria, the once in a blue moon that we prepare a master plan, we think that it is forever. Plans are supposed to be reviewed because it's a dynamic system. And things are subject to change. So every 2 years, you look at it, what has this plan achieved? Has anything changed? If something has changed, for example, if you have an estate where those who started it were baby boomers. And then after some years, people have gone.
Yes.
Still, they remain old. If you are still retaining an educational facility in that place, it will not make sense. I was in Manchester, I think in 2013, and somebody was pointing to a building that was apparently a church building. I was saying, sir, it's no longer a church. It's not a residential building, but the facade
Still shows church.
was left as church. So it happens like that because the human settlement is a dynamic entity. So you respond to every change, making sure that what you want to do is promote sustainability such that you can live, work, and play.
But living, working, and playing in such an environment, right, becomes almost impossible when you look at, say, Victoria Island, that is now apparently more commercial than residential. There's no public car parking system here. I recall one of the businesses around the area had to eventually buy a plot to now erect a parking lot for its patrons because people's cars were being towed on the streets. But it was government's responsibility in the first instance to provide parking opportunities or even to stop people from converting a residential accommodation to commercial.
Okay, now we're truly not responding to dynamics in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And part of the dynamics we're not responding is the need for public transportation. First, we have too many vehicles on our roads. And that's why we need parking. In 2015, we were talking about 75,000 commercial vehicles, which we needed to mop up.
That's a lot.
As at that time. Last time I checked, I was trying to prepare a paper and I was researching. Now we have over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We mopped up the Molue buses to bring in the BRT buses. And the idea was the next phase was to mop up the Danfo buses. But what do we have now? Instead of mopping the Danfo buses, we now have those other tiny buses again, which in the
cluster the road
in the local
further.
parlance they call them Korokwe.
Korokwe, yes.
So those ones are more. We now have tricycles, all congesting our road system. So we are truly not responding to the dynamics. We are not applying the right medication to our illness. So what we need first is to invest in public transportation, mass transit, so that we can mop up all of those vehicles, make them freer. You will need less land for parking. There are also some dynamics now. Uber and Bolt were not the in thing then.
No, they
now
were
you
not.
have them now. So why would I need to take my car?
All the time.
All the time, So, but all of these things are, and we need data, studies all the time. We're not studying, we're not conducting any studies. And this will be the result all of the time. Failure of systems because we're not reviewing, examining ourselves to know whether we are making progress.
Okay. Now, because of the progress that has been achieved in society in terms of, say, advancements in information technology, it's easier to send information, receive information, share information, right? The younger generation is more into that than the older generation. However, politically speaking, how do we get the younger generation to even trust the older generation enough in terms of charting the right course for the future? Because they're the ones that will solve this problem we're seeing.
I agree with you. It's a matter of trust. I'll give you a personal experience. I was going to, before I left for government service, I went through leadership course, and one of the things that I came across was the fact of some businesses that have stayed over 100 years. And they all started with individuals.
Yes.
Family businesses. And then I learned the liberal nature of those businesses, the ability to absorb people, the ability to give room for talent and things like that. And I remember that one of the things I used to say when I got back from the training was like, well, this Tony Ayinde and Associates is just, it bears my name, but I'm not the owner. That if God asks me to do something else, I'll just move on. And lo and behold, I was invited to become a commissioner. So what did I do? I took younger people, my own staff, I took them to the bank and authorized the bank to open another Tony Ayinde and Associates account to which they will be signatories and I will not be. That's trust.
That's trust.
You know, so from then on, every proceeds that came to the firm went into that account. They were the ones managing the account. Because of trust, I didn't need to call them to say, how much is there? I hope you have not finished spending. You know, I had made up my mind the day I was given that endorsement. I made up my mind that the worst that will ever happen is that they will close down the business. But you know what? They didn't close it down.
Yes.
They did it better than I would have done if I was still there, because they could take risks, risks that I wouldn't have taken because of my generation.
Yeah.
There's a book on relationship. I've forgotten the author now, but it was from that book that I learned about generations.
Yes.
And why, given the same amount to do the same thing, it would take me a longer time to do that thing than somebody who is younger.
Who is younger, yes.
Because he doesn't care to take the risk. I will remember that I'm a grandfather.
Yes.
You know, all of those things. So those are the things I think we should begin to think about now. I think younger people should be given opportunity to take the risk on our behalf. We will also be taking a risk by trusting in them.
Yes.
Now somebody says, if you trust them and they disappoint you, if you say because they will disappoint, you will not trust
take
them.
the risk of trusting.
We'll just remain where we are, meaning the status quo. And somebody said the true meaning of status quo is the mess you are in. So if you say let the status quo remain, you are saying let the mess we are in remain. So I think if we want to get out of the status quo, we must take a plunge.
Yes.
Close our eyes. Let those young men try it. We're still alive to correct them.
To correct them.
But if we don't allow them...
But see, let's now conversely flip it. You recently, one of the parties, the APC to be candidate, right, decided to offer for sale its presidential form, nomination form, for 100 million naira for a job that for the entire tenure will be bringing in to the president or the candidate less than 60 million naira. So that's like you are being asked to go look for 100 million, come and invest it in a game of chance. You may end up not even being the candidate. And even if you end up being the candidate, your take-home pay is less than 60 million naira. So what are we saying to the young people? Yes, you say it is reduced for them to 50 million. How many young people will have 50 million naira and want to be president? Are we really serious?
Well, this is a turf that I'm still growing in.
Yes, we all are.
I say that I'm not an experienced politician, and truly I don't know the basis. First, I was thinking, or probably they want to test the sacrifice of the candidates, but how far would that really go? Because if we want them to sacrifice for Nigeria, I don't know if that money will really be put into.
The money will stay in the party.
So I really don't understand. But for me, I think if we make it more liberal, we're likely to get people who will perform, but they may not have that resource. Okay. You know, because it's not every time that your resource determines that you have something here.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Tamplana Ayinde and I will be talking about the younger generation, their expectations, and how we of the older generation can lift them up. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversation with my guest, Tamplana Ayinde. Now, young people, have we failed them, really? Or have we helped them? Or do we even understand them? We are quick to look at them as having a sense of entitlement, which is valid. And they're also quick to let us know that they are irritated by our style of administration or our style of doing stuff. Even when you employ young people, sometimes I've heard somebody say that, I don't understand my staff. Do we understand young people?
I think we should understand life as a continuous process. And when something is continuous, then we need to also learn as we go on. I look at the younger generation from the angle of my children. I have 4 children. And the first thing I know about them is that they are all different human beings. They all have separate ideas. I have the one that is carefree. I have one that is focused. I have one that is moody. His mood can just swing and things like that. So, and I know what to ask one person to do and the other not to do. So it takes time to study human beings and know what they are good at. And it's better to play with people's strength rather than bring out their weaknesses. I think part of the things we don't do is to see the good in the younger generation. I was part of a committee recently. We're still working, and we're trying to hold a professional summit. And then I was told that the theme they were considering was to look into drug abuse and things like that. So I said, so why are you looking at our youths only from drug abuse, things like that? Why are you not looking at their potentials in a challenging nation? You know, things like that, which we eventually agreed on. So I believe that given the right environment, given the guidance, our youths can actually do a lot better than us. Like I said, they have the energy. I go back to my background again. I said I'm a Christian and I've looked through the Bible. Anytime God wants to do any change, he does it through young men.
That's deep. That's true.
He does it through young men. When Moses was choleric, when he was young, he saw somebody oppressing the other. He said, why? He went out, as a young man. He was drunk, Joshua was full of strength, David,
Yes.
Look at how
Very
he
exuberant.
was a game changer
Yes.
when he saw Goliath. I mean, Saul was probably a grandfather and everybody was afraid. He was running away from Goliath. But this 17-year-old boy ran towards him.
Yeah.
So I've seen young people effect the change. So when we are looking for change, we should be looking for the people whose blood is still hot. They are damning the consequences.
Yes.
I know what I could do when I was younger. There are things now. Moses Ogunleye,
Yes.
my colleague,
Yes.
made an observation when I became a commissioner. He said, Egbon, I can see that you talk, you are slower now when you want to speak. And there were a lot of things to think about.
Yes.
As commissioner, anything that came from my mouth would be a policy statement.
Yes,
So I have
declaration.
to think and be slow about it. That's what happens to the older generation. There are a lot of things, a lot of sentiments at times to consider. So I think what the youths have as an advantage is that energy.
Yes.
But you can now channel that energy. And if we truly begin to trust that, we send them to school
Yes.
not to be stupid. So, and we are not giving them the opportunity to use it, And I think part of the reasons why some of us don't want to leave power now is that we are not given the opportunity to test our leadership potential when we are young. So it's at 60, it's at 65 that you are now becoming somebody. You won't want to leave.
You don't want to leave.
But that's,
You have to go.
That's really not the right age
Yes.
to now be showing as a leader. When I was going to contest as president of my institute, I was 57. And many people were asking me to step down for another person so that the person, and I did my calculations. I said, look, at 57, I will be second national vice president for 2 years. I'll be first national vice president for 2 years because it's a grooming process.
Yeah.
And then I'll become president. I said, by the time I'm president, I'll be 61. I said, if you ask me to step down and we try to do some zoning kind
Yes.
of, by the time that opportunity comes to me again, I'll be 63. 2 years as second vice, 2 years as first vice. By the time I become the president, I'll be 67. I said I will be a stupid 67-year-old man if I
Trying
cannot
to
show
run an
you,
institute.
if I can't show you 5 younger people
Yes.
that will do it better than me. So I think we need to know that leadership has energy. So there's an age for leadership.
Yeah.
There's an energy for leadership. There's a speed for leadership.
Yeah.
I've gone to 25 states and I spend 3 days and I'm off to another place and I'm off to another place. One of our past presidents said, Tony, you know why you're able to do this? You are still young.
You're still young. Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put our young people out there to bring out the best in them, especially now that we're in the technology age.
Yes. Now, because they are even more technology savvy, they are exposed to a lot more of information than we were at our own time. They also need to listen to us. How do we make them listen to us?
Okay. You develop a relationship. Most times we're disconnected from our youths. When parents are talking to their children, and you get to a point that a father is saying, I'm the one that gave birth to you, something is missing.
It's already threatened.
It's threatened. So it's like when a husband is telling his wife, do you know I'm the husband in this house?
Yes.
It's a break in communication. So we must always communicate with our children. I tell my children stories. I remind them of when I took them to school and I hadn't paid their school fees. And I was asked to take them back home. That's to let them remember that we didn't become who we are now just like this. It didn't happen to us.
Yes.
We went through processes.
Yes.
I remind them of when the car broke down.
Yes.
And we had to push.
Push, yeah.
So if we have one now that is remote controlled, don't be arrogant.
Yes.
We worked our way there.
Yes.
So all of these conversations we must have from time to time. I don't stop my children from asking me questions. It's different from in those days when we were brought up. Once our fathers, when you hear the car horn, everybody runs for cover.
Everywhere is cool.
Yes, and when daddy is in the sitting room, nobody is there. But this is different.
Yes.
You can come and discuss and things like that. And that's that's what we should really cultivate.
There's actually this push in these days now where they say that we should mentor the younger generation. The question I have is, who mentored you? Now, how do you mentor someone else when you were not mentored yourself?
Now, mentoring really should be like a kind of taking someone by the hand and letting him know this and that. But for us, I think there are many things we picked on the way. You might not have been told directly. It's like being in an apprenticeship.
Sure.
You know, I wonder how some of these mechanics get to, because all they will just be doing is to be looking at their oga.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there are things that can be taught. There are things that are caught.
Yes.
You can't teach it.
Yeah.
So, but somehow is by either looking at someone over time, reading something, and it just strikes you. You know, that's the way some of us developed.
Yes.
And I think when our children look at us long enough, I was shocked when I went for my daughter's graduation in secondary school, and they had this magazine, and they put, "Who is your mentor?" And she wrote, "Her father." I was shocked. So this child is looking at me.
That's
so
weird.
that means that I must not fail.
Fail her.
I must fail her. So as mentors, let me say as examples to our children, we will be mentoring them.
Okay.
That's the way I want.
And then we need to also take that outside the home.
Oh, of course. Do you know why we are building them in the home? We are building them for the society.
Yeah.
And I've seen my children come to tell me, and this is where we really have to be careful. My children have told me that, Dad, we see some of these things that you are saying. They are true. I said, but people are not practicing them out there. And that's the sad thing.
That's it.
Because no child of mine would break a traffic signal.
Certainly not.
No child of mine, whatever chaos is on the road, will drive against traffic.
Yeah.
No child of mine will do that.
Yeah.
But they see other people do these
it.
things
And they wonder.
every day.
Yeah.
So this is what we are up against. So how many parents have taught their children
Not to do that.
not to do that?
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, let's go back to the home now. I asked you at the initial stage that who is doing Ayinde, and you tried. Now, I'm coming back there. As a person, what are the things that give you pleasure?
Let me start by saying my relationship with God, and then my relationship with my family. I've been very close with my wife, very, very close. We're very close.
Yeah.
So that helps me, and my children also know that. So we have grown together. I've not been privileged to close from work, then go somewhere and relax for hours before coming home. You know, once I'm done at work, I just go home, sit with my family. My relationship with God. I love getting principles.
Okay.
As I read the Bible, I'm not reading the story, I'm looking for the principles. So as to apply.
Yeah.
Because those things are meant to be applied to make you different as you are. So if you are disciplined, why are you disciplined? I've read people who are disciplined.
Yes.
I've read about people who knew how to add value.
Yes.
You know, so, and I hold that I'm God's representative.
Okay, so
at any time.
What's your favorite food?
If you give me amala, the on the spot one.
The on the spot one.
Yes. If you give me 3 times a day, I won't complain.
Ah. You know, I remember when we were talking off the camera about the simplicity of the food, that gari and ekpa any day is a good combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I've taken quite a number of times in my office. I used to say when I was in government service that I did not, on account of becoming a commissioner, relocate my lunch area to Sheraton.
Exactly. Because you stop being commissioner already, and then you go back to the basics. But how did you become a commissioner? You were not a politician then.
I wasn't in politics. I was not a politician. It started from service. Because many people know. There is a tendency to think that it just happened. But no, it didn't just happen. I remember when I used to send emails to the governor. When I noticed anything, I would send emails to the governor. I went to Nanjing in 2008. I saw some things. I took pictures. And when I arrived, it was my personal trip.
Yeah.
And I sent to the governor, I said, this is possible in Lagos. And then I had an opportunity to consult for Ministry of Housing. It was a project for which I had no letter of award, for which I had no dime as advance payment.
Yeah.
But just I saw it as a privilege to be invited to come and give service.
Yes.
And I prepared a 12-week schedule, and I dived into that assignment. And, you know, I didn't know that the governor was seeing this product being done free, not being paid for.
Yeah.
And it was there, and then he asked that I should be given a project. And when I submitted that project, when I presented, he said this was a very good work. And then I was given a second project, and I was given a third project. It was while I was on that third project that one day I received a phone call, and it was the governor. He said, I'd like to discuss with you. The rest is history. So what I have learned from that is Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his duties? He will stand before kings and not before men. So this is how I got to government. But having been in government, I served the APC government. So, and
So you became APC.
courtesy demands, courtesy demands that I'm a carrying member of APC.
Let me thank you for your time. We'll do this again as soon as we can, and I wish you the very best in your tenure.
Thank you very much.
As president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. It's been Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Toyin Ayinde as my guest. Thank you for coming.
It's a privilege, sir.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We'll be with you sometime soon. Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Boko. This is a news brief. Gunmen have killed 3 relatives of the chairman of Ikwo local government area of Ebonyi State, Steve Orogo. The hoodlums stormed the chairman's home in Akpamuka on Tuesday night but did not meet at home. The invaders shot 3 of the relatives as well as the security guard on duty dead. Orogo confirmed the incident to a reporter in a emotion-laden voice. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has disclosed that about 9 bodies have been recovered so far from a gas explosion that rocked a primary school building in Sabogari area of Kano State. A statement by NEMA spokesman Manzo Ezekiel revealed that the Director General, NEMA, Mustafa Ahmed, was at the site of the incident and coordinated rescue operations. He mobilized excavators been used for the rescue operations and said NEMA team will ensure the complete removal of the rubble to retrieve all trapped persons.
Team from NEMA, such a rescue team in particular, were at the scene of the event at around 10:15 a.m. to investigate and ascertain the impact of the explosion. DG NEMA, Mustafa Habib, was at the site of the incident. He led in the coordination of the rescue operations. Excavators were mobilized to ensure removal of the rubble to retrieve trapped victims. 9 dead bodies were recovered from the collapsed building after the explosions and have been deposited at the morgue at Armed Forces Specialist Hospital. Injured victims by the explosion were taken to various hospitals. Total number stands at, that is the total number of injured victims stands as 10, and the 2 were already discharged. At this juncture, I want to call on the people on the site, particularly people living in the area, when the incident happened like that, to remain calm and caution the public against spread of unsubstantiated news. Thank you very much.
Vice President Professor Yemi Osibajo has visited the scene of an explosion in Kano where some lives were lost and people injured. An explosion at the welders' workshop occurred around 10 a.m. at Sambo Gari, Kano, killing 9 persons, resulting in injury to 6 pupils in nearby school. The Vice President Osibajo was accompanied by Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State, his deputy Nasir Gawuna, Senator Kabir Gaya, and leader of the House of Representatives Al-Hassan Dogwa. Governor Ganduje said the Kano State government would ensure that similar workshop would not be located in residential areas. Ganduje said that the Environmental Inspectorate Division in Kano State would go around and find out where such workshops are located and enforce rules and regulations guiding them. The Christian Association of Nigeria says it will go ahead with its nationwide protest against the lynching of Deborah Yakubu, a 200-level student of Shehu Shagari's College of Education, Sokoto, who was stoned to death and burned for alleged blasphemy Prophet Muhammad. This is despite a ban on religious protests by Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, an appeal by Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule, and most by some northern governors for CAN to shelve its planned protest. The spokesman for CAN, President Reverend Bayo Olajide, said the protest would hold on Sunday nationwide in front of CAN Secretariat in various state or major churches, adding that there would be no procession. Dave Joby even said that CAN had said it would not be a street protest. There was need for Christians' body to ensure that demonstration was conducted in a responsible manner such that it would not lead to a breakdown of law and order. Officials of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has been arrested for wanted suspected drug baroness Budget Bridget Emeka at her mansion where she allegedly masterminded the making and distribution of crack and cocaine and other illicit substance. Apart from various quantities of crack, cocaine, molly, loud cysts from her home and drug bunks, a pump-action gun, 15 cartridge and documents, 2 cars, mobile phones, and drug paraphernalia such as sodium bicarbonate and full tin wrapping were also recovered from further investigation. The drug baroness has been under surveillance for weeks after her identification as a major distributor of illicit drugs in Delta State. And still on the news, to always checkmate the activities of irregular migration in Nigeria, International Organization of Migration says it has integrated 89,000 returnees back to the society. The Imo Awareness Raising Officer, CPRIN, said this during a 3-day training program in conjunction with the Global Migration Media Academy for journalists across the 36 states of the Federation. Some of the facilitators noted that the migrants contribute positively to socio-economic development of the countries they found themselves in. We take a short break. When we return, the news continues. Please stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
As always, to checkmate the activities of irregular migration in Nigeria, International Organization for Migration, IOM, says it has reintegrated 89,000 returnees back to the society. The IOM Awareness Raising Officer, Cyprian Chipta-Kenny, said this during a 3-day training program in conjunction with Global Migration Media Academy for journalists across 36 states of the Federation.
And in terms of reintegration, we've been, those who've commenced their reintegration, we've been able to support almost 18,000 of these. And to note, when we talk about reintegration, it starts right from when they commence their business skills, including for those who are being provided in terms of mental health and psychosocial support. And of course, those who have already been provided with in-kind support, because for us, our true definition of reintegration is that of a whole government approach.
Some of the facilitators noted that migrants contribute positively to social economic development of the countries they found themselves in. National President of Association of Specialist Medical Doctors on Academics, Olugbenga, has stressed the need to focus more on developing public infrastructure in Nigeria for less impact of pandemic on citizens. He said this at the National Executive Council meeting of the association held at the Alpha Metric of Rivers State University, Port Harcourt, calling on the government to strengthen medical research capacity in the country. The provost of the College of Medical Sciences at the Rivers State University, Professor Goswill Oraweni, said the biomedical sciences are facing challenges in terms of manpower and infrastructure and called on the government to support the sector. On his part, the chairman of the association, Abayemi Tamono Opobo, who spoke on the theme Biomedical Research, an essential tool in medical education and advancement, said it was aptly chosen and outlined their fundamental rules as core scientific researchers in the medical profession.
In the time past, we've had people at certain level, especially the pre-clinical era and period. We've had people that are non-doctors that are involved in training of medical doctors. And our own council, the Medical and Dental Council, deem it fit, and the medical world, that doctors should train doctors. You go to the Faculty of Law, lawyers train lawyers, engineers train engineers. So doctors at every level should be trained by medical doctors. So some persons, this group of persons sacrifice themselves to come and fit in properly. Without looking at the brain drain situation, people are leaving the country, they still sit back to carry out this honors task, because what we represent is a core component of medical training.
Biomedical research in Nigeria is facing serious challenges in terms of manpower, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of sponsorship. So the government need to come in to support the education sector in terms of provision of necessary infrastructure that will be necessary for training of the requisite manpower.
The Movement for Survival of His Own Ethnic Nationality in the Niger Delta says the agitation for self-rule by the people of the Niger Delta will continue as long as the imbalance in the National Assembly is yet to be corrected. The group made this known during the 54th Borough Day anniversary, which was commemorated in Bayelsa, Delta and Rivers State, with the theme Unlocking Potentials for Liberation. Our correspondent, Jessie C, completes this report.
In most African societies, more women and girls receive attention and consideration than the boy child, and as a result, the neglected boy generally grows up to be a bigger danger to society than the girl. A Mother's Love Initiative, AMLI, a social change initiative that campaigns for the overall well-being of the African child, is worried about the trend and its consequences on their well-being in adolescence and young adulthood.
In the course of our project, The Hoary Child, which started about 6 years ago, we noticed that the boy child, a lot of the boys are not speaking. And this gave us a reason to say, okay, we need to talk about the boy child, because if the boy child is not doing well, it affects the family front.
Hanatu Ewemadu decried the growing neglect of the boy child, saying that this adversely affects their well-being and consequently threatens their future.
If we continue at this rate, it's going to be a huge problem, which we are already seeing right now. It's important for us to begin to speak about the boy child, to encourage our society to begin to see how we can encourage them, how we can embrace them, how we can lead them in the right direction.
Panelists agree that the bulk of the work lies on the table of parents to ensure that the boy child grows up to become a societal blessing and not a curse.
You have to be intentional about parenting. Children will be children. They will cry. They will manipulate. You have to understand your role. The Bible says, train up a child in the way he should go, and gives you a promise. When he is old, he will not depart from it.
In our younger days, if you misbehaved and you were disciplined outside, you pray that the person doesn't know your parents, because once you are reported to your parents, that's double jeopardy, because you will be punished again back home. So societal influences have become one of the perhaps banes in the bringing up of children.
To further amplify the campaign against the neglect of the boy child in Nigeria, AMLI created a platform for young boys to compete among themselves and to creatively render their insights on the topic that says the importance of a father and son relationship from the lens of the boy child. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Nigerians continue to call for the improvement of healthcare delivery as the globe marks World Health Day. That's on our Street Views.
They are improving unlike the previous years, especially in the general hospitals right now. There is a good facilities and the workers are really on ground. Now they have realized the reason to take responsibility on the job.
In general hospital, they will show you, abuse you, doing this and everything. Maybe government should help us to do the healthcare. I will like it. Everybody will like it.
Basically, well, I think they are trying for now, but I think there are lots of work to be done. Like we still have dilapidated hospitals that are not really working efficiently, and but basically for now, it's still on. Maybe 50% of 100. In a scale of 100, maybe 50% thereabout.
Relatively, if you look at the healthcare system in Nigeria, I think to me, I would, if I'm rating it, I'll probably rate it 70% in terms of percentage. That's because there are some infrastructures we have in other well-developed countries that we don't have in Nigeria. And that's one of the things I feel government should look into.
I think there's still a lot need to be done because I've been in the different hospitals, and especially the government hospitals. There are a lot of things that need to be done because especially the staffs they have the Nigerian public hospitals, they need to do a lot of things to correct their mode of talking to their patients.
And outside Africa, several dozens of anti-lockdown protesters returned to D.C. Arena 47 days after the People's Convoy, a group led by truckers, left the Washington, D.C. area after weeks of protesting. Still calling itself the People's Convoy, they held a rally at the Speedway at 6 p.m. The group is a fraction of the size of the original convoy, which filled the Speedway parking area and overflowed into the surrounding neighbors with hundreds of trucks and automobiles. The group does not have a set plan yet, according to protesters, but some want to do more than previous protest model of driving around Washington Beltway, a highway that surrounds Washington, D.C.
What they're trying to do is end the state of emergency. We're time to be over that. Time to get over the mandates. Time for people not to be mandated into taking a vaccine they don't want to take. And it's time to end and get on with our lives. But it's not nearly the number of people when you first started out. But this has been going on for quite a while. And I guess the people that are here are the diehards that are still sticking with it.
Because I'm not here to drive around in circles. You know, that's not doing any good. You know, okay, yeah, we're here. Hey, we're driving around circles. It's not doing any good. Nobody knows, like, we need to put more effort into it.
And in business news, the African Petroleum Producers Association and African Export-Import Bank, AfriBank, have called for the establishment of an African Energy Transition Bank. The call is contained in a joint communique issued by the press officer of AfriBank at the end of a meeting with the APPO in Lunuda, Angola. According to the communique, the aim is to support an African-led energy transition strategy that is consistent with the global preserving the environment and livelihood. The communique said that two institutions had committed to taking necessary actions to promote a sustainable, balanced solution to the challenge of financing the oil and gas industry in Africa during the energy transition. Chief executive officers of businesses in Nigeria have been encouraged to engage and commit to growth and sustainable innovations in Africa. This came up on the sidelines of the CEO's Breakfast Roundtable hosted by the UN Global Impact Network Nigeria in Lagos. Justin Akadonye tells more in this report.
It was a breakfast roundtable for the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations Global Compact. CEOs from the private sector in Lagos converged in this hall to collaborate on the sustainability of the continent. The United Nations Global Africa Strategy 2021 to 2023 is a proposed roadmap to accelerate corporate sustainability and champions the business sector's contribution to sustainable development in the continent. In this panel session, the narrative of the Sustainable Development Goals takes center stage, including gender equity, decent work and economic growth, and climate action, among others.
By adopting sustainability, we were able to bring a very attractive value proposition to the oil and gas sector. Essentially, we halved the cost for logistics support, and we enabled projects which have never been done in Nigeria before to be done in Nigeria.
I think that within the business community, there's a very clear understanding that this is not just perhaps the right thing to do, but it is the absolutely commercial thing to do.
I believe that empowering women is pivotal to the shared success that we all strive to achieve, because the role women play in the empowerment of the family, the homes, and even the individuals cannot be wished away.
Resident Coordinator of the United Nations, as well as other top echelon of the Global Compact, throw more light on the essence of the sessions as they affect the private sector and even young people.
Opportunities for young people to have to work with companies. So the idea is by giving them exposure to working in the private sector, they become more attractive as part of the future labor force.
It's more about how can private sector speak as one voice, and bring all the businesses together, partnerships. It's going to be very important what the brilliant organizations and bodies here that are already delivering on the SDG.
We want to unite the Africa and indeed Nigeria private sector to be able to help to work with governments in ensuring that the Sustainable Development Goals have impact.
The take-home message is sustainable business is the future. It's no longer business as usual. CEOs now understand that they need to operate responsibly, embed the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact, take actions to promote human rights in their business, ensure decent work in their operations, protect the environment where they live in.
The discussion also focused on identifying prevalent barriers and key actions to achieve the ambitions of the Africa Strategy. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
A Nigerian entrepreneur, Mustafa Gajibo, has been converting petrol minibuses into electric vehicles at his workshop, but is now going to step further to build battery-powered buses from scratch and push to promote clean energy and curb pollution.
Electric minibuses are taking to the streets of Nigeria. They're built by entrepreneur Mustafa Gajibo. He's on a mission to promote clean energy and curb pollution by converting petrol-guzzling minibuses into electric ones, offering local passengers more comfort, a cheaper fare and a lower carbon footprint.
You can see we always have prices of fuel are going up, prices of transportation are also going up, and then you can see the damages normal vehicles, that's the petrol-powered vehicles, diesel-powered vehicles, are causing to our environment. So I came up with this technology to solve all this problem.
Gajibo has already ripped the combustion engines from 10 minibuses, replacing them with solar panels and batteries. Now he's going a step further, building an electric minibus from scratch. It will be a 12-seater battery-powered bus fitted with a home-style air conditioner. When complete, it'll be able to cover up to 120 miles on one charge.
Cost is a very key thing we put into consideration when designing our buses and our vehicles at large, because it doesn't make sense to produce a technology that people cannot afford. So we are always trying to see how we bring down the cost of our production, so as our selling costs will be also affordable for people.
Like in most of Africa, the combustion engine reigns supreme in Nigeria because electric vehicles are expensive and infrastructure for charging them is poor. Gasoline is heavily subsidized by the government here, while electricity needed to charge EVs is very patchy. For now, Gajibo has one charging station powered by solar. His drivers bring in their buses to charge at the station, while maintenance work is done every 2 weeks.
In entertainment news, the 1932 Pablo Picasso painting firm New Coach has sold for $67.5 million at its auction debut at Sotheby's in New York, the most recent large sale at auction for blue chip art. The 8-digit sale price comes after weeks of Andy Warhol news brief. For many stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Popo.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Saleh, and today Norma and I we're holding the fort. I think it's a two aside this week.
You know.
Hello Norma, how are you doing? You look
good.
Amazing, by the way. I love the hair.
Yeah, I finally made it to the salon.
Lovely hair.
I'm really happy with myself. My hair was a mess. I've been doing the best I could, being the person I am, but today I just needed somebody to help me wash my hair. So I'm feeling good. But
you look lovely.
I feel lovely. Thank you very much.
So what salon did we go to?
It's Fabs, as you know. You imagine, okay, let me not reveal, but imagine going all the way back mainland. I beg. You know,
trust me. We are,
oh my God.
We are in Lekki, but we are not off Lekki.
Yes, we are in the Lekki, but not
we are not off. We are not off Lekki. No. You know what is even really annoying is that
clear, because when you get good service and then you have affordable pay. I mean,
you don't.
It's a win-win situation.
The anger for me with Lekki is that you charge me so much, and yet I can't see.
Crappy. The other day when I went to the salon, I said, "What?" And by the time they were done, I said, "You know what? I'm going back to my roots." Sorry. Yes, Fabs did an amazing job.
Yes, so they made my hair as well.
Oh,
so
of course.
I'm rocking it for 1 week.
We will keep louding it.
Yes,
they're doing an amazing job.
Interesting. So today,
there's too much heavy talk.
There's too much happening in the news, too many things. You know, we've been holding off this conversation for a bit, but I think it's time for us to have a conversation of the young girl, Deborah Samuel, that was lynched and eventually burnt, too many conversations all over the place. Is it religion? Is it lack of, justice, or lack of law and order, or is it ignorance, so many things happening in the news about the young girl, and it's really, really heartbreaking, because for me what was scary is the fact that even in an institution, right, the people in the institution could not even protect the girl. They had to summon her out of the institution. I mean, so it's just a lot of emotions going through my mind, that where exactly is safe in Nigeria? Where is safe in the country? So we're discussing Deborah Samuel, as I earlier said, and here's what we found as today's quote. It's an universal law. Intolerance is the first sign of an inadequate education. An ill-educated person behaves with arrogant patience rather, impatience, whereas truly profound education breeds humility. So when you see people acting, in a certain way, you would know that they're really ill-educated. Now, Deborah Samuel, a 200 level home economics student of Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, was on Thursday, 12th of May, 2022, said to have made a comment in her school's WhatsApp platform, which her Muslim colleagues considered blasphemous of the Prophet Muhammad, and killed her before setting her corpse ablaze. So it's our ladies' night out, and Norman and I will be discussing Deborah Samuel's death. Is it a show of religious intolerance? Is it an absence of law and order, or ill education? When we open our phone lines, we really, really love to hear what you have to say. Please let me sound a little bit of caution. Let's be careful with words that we use, because people are sensitive at this time, so we do not further agitate. Instead, let's even understand what the situation is. So when we open our phone lines, I would really love Muslims to call in, Christians to call in. Let's hear ourselves and let's hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You're still watching Ways Now. International Day Against Homophobia, Biophobia and Transphobia is observed on May 17th and aims to coordinate international events that raise awareness of the LGBT rights violations and stimulate interest in LGBT rights works worldwide. By 2016, the commemoration had taken place in over 130 countries. The founders of the International Day Against Homophobia, as it was originally known, established the IDAHO committee to coordinate grassroots action in different countries to promote the day and to lobby for official recognition on May 17. That day was chosen to commemorate the decision to remove homosexuality from international classifications of disease of the World Health Organization in 1990. So we're talking intolerance today. So when I saw this day, I said, "Oh, what a what a coincidence!" This is one thing that a lot of people are not tolerant about. I am learning. Even though I do not support it, because I feel like biologically, there is an attraction a man and a woman have that is stronger than anything. But I'm learning
individuals, and when you understand how people's either culture or society background where they're raised up and how they end up becoming the people that they are, then you will understand what made them to make the decisions that they made in life. I may not be happy with the decisions that you have made, but I can understand you're coming from somewhere, and I can learn to tolerate you the same way as, because we're different in our different ways. So I think the world needs more than ever understanding, compassion, and love, for fellow human beings, irrespective of the choices that they have made, even though we don't agree with them, because that's what makes us all different individuals all over the world.
Absolutely. It's so interesting. It's interesting how they say that he who has no sin should cast the first stone. People keep forgetting that no human being on earth is perfect, right? So the fact that somebody is, at the point where the person seems like exposed and all of that, everybody knows what is going on, the shenanigans happening, does not mean that you, that nobody has seen or heard anything about, don't have your sins, right? It's interesting. It's interesting. The subject of homosexuality is still one that, you know, I keep wondering why, you know. But you see, I remember that when I was going to school as a young girl, I had a friend that had gone to an all-girls school. She was so particular about, because she was very close to me. She wanted me to come to her school and all of that and all of that. She wanted me to come to her school. It was a federal government girls' school and all of that. But because of the stories I had heard about lesbianism and all, I said, oh, Mom, I'm not going. I told my mother, I said never. You know, but I could tell that at that point she had already been initiated, because immediately she came back from boarding house, she was a bit different with me. She was a lot more touchy and all of that. But you see, if I was raised in a Buddhist shrine, I would be practicing Buddhism. If I was raised in a Hindu shrine, I would have been. So I mean, absolutely. So we do not own we do not own, or sorry, we do not have control over where we are, where we come from, our families that were raised in, and all of that. But what we do have control over as humans is when we get to the realization, the choices that we don't begin to take choices after, yes, intentionally. That's what you have the control over. You can intentionally say that, yes, I might be this, but this is what I want to do going forward, right? So I think, you know, that would really help people, you know, to some extent. All right, so we do not really have nice stories in the news today, unfortunately, but we will try to just make the best. So what did you find for us?
Unfortunately, I have to go first to bring the really sad news about the explosion that took place earlier today. Alleged explosion, whether it is
because there are still speculations that it's still
there's a lot of speculation around it, that there's still under investigation, whether it's a bombing or an explosion, gas explosion, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, a lot of children were affected and many are feared dead in this explosion that took place in Kano. So the story has it that scores are feared dead following an explosion along the Koch Road in Sabon Geri, Kano State today. The explosion occurred near a private secondary school, Winners School, and destroyed the residential building and an affected part of the school. So the explosion occurred this morning, and some of the visuals that were totally disturbing on social media, we had incidents of school children crying for help. Some of the parents were seen running and rushing up and down trying to rescue their children. A lot of them were injured, they had blood all over them. Some of them were stranded, you know, and they were still expecting responders on the scene. So as of the time of the reports, security operatives were said to have been on ground. We had the Army, Police, NSCDC, and that has surrounded the place. And also the National Emergency Management Agency and Fire Service operatives were also on ground trying to rescue victims. It's really sad, and I can't even imagine the thought of taking my kids to school only to receive this kind of news that an explosion has taken place. And it tells on the bigger picture that Nigeria, you know, this situation we have been crying over about the security, either the state of security in the country, or even some of the things that people are not aware of around them. You know, whether it was a gas explosion, I don't even know why a gas plant or whatever it is would be located near a school. And if it was an actual explosion of some sort, then it tells that there is a security breach in the state. And this is not just about Kano State. We're talking about situations also in Lagos. We're talking about situations in different parts of the country. You don't even want to go to the southeast, where there have been countless of situations, unknown gunmen, whatever it is. This all boils down to the fact that there is a critical problem on ground that we need either the state government or the federal government to plug into and begin to seek ways of resolving this matter before it becomes way out of hand and uncontrollable?
Well, the police commissioner, I think, for Kano State had come out to say, because a lot of speculations when this first happened. I remember my mom sending me the video. These days, she takes permission first. She said, please, can I send you? That there are other very horrible ones, but she didn't want to send it. But she wanted to
very gory details.
Yeah, she wanted to take my permission. I said, Mommy, please don't send it, because I'm already depressed as I am. Do not even add to my, you know. So a lot of speculations was that it was a bomb blast. But the commissioner for police for Kano says that it is not a bomb blast. Samail Diko, he says that it is actually a gas
feed farm
explosion. So let us believe that it's a gas explosion, and investigations are still ongoing. And I think the last time I checked, I read it was somewhere around 9 people that had died or something. So I don't know.
And a lot of people were injured.
I saw so many blood on the t-shirts of the children.
The children were covered in blood. A lot of
really
them
scary.
were injured. Some
and they were really toddlers.
Small, really small.
Real
so
toddlers.
It broke my heart completely, because these children, I can only imagine the fear that they experienced when it actually occurred.
Yeah,
and some of them are still trying to locate their parents. Parents are still trying to locate some of their kids as well.
All right, so my story is also not so much of a great news. ASU, they say gunshots as soldiers disperse protesting students in Ondo State. Men of the army have allegedly stormed the scene of the students where they were protesting. The students had gone out for day 2, right? To protest the lingering strike of the Academic Staff Union, that's the ASU. Videos obtained by correspondent had shown that soldiers marching in their numbers with guns alongside a van being driven after them, sporadically shooting in the air, and again just to disperse the students who had blocked some major parts of the state, including the Biniore Expressway. This is really sad. Why I actually picked this story, it just brought back 2020 October 10 what's called EndSARS, October 20th 2020, where peaceful protesters were using military guys to disperse a peaceful protest.
Again,
now,
it has come to play.
Students are not in school, right? Education is one of the biggest thing that can either make or mar any nation, right? And you have students on the road protesting. Instead of you to sit down to try to resolve the issue as a government, you're sending military guys, men of the Nigerian army. These children, they are not holding weapons. Like, are we not tired of the same story? This is the same thing. This is like, it's just a reminder, because they say that even shooting in the air is as dangerous as a direct gun to the chest, because it can hit anybody. A stray bullet can hit anyone, and we still have these things over and over again. Is it that our intelligence with the army, they are not smart enough to find ways to resolve, any form of, or dissolve any form of gathering that, like a protest? Must you go in that direction of using guns? It does not make any sense to me. We've lost lives as a result of things like this, and a repetition. It means that no lesson was learnt from the EndSARS protest. It means that it's going to be business as usual. It means that people do not have the right to say, we are tired of the status quo of things. Does this mean, does it not mean anything to the government to see what it is that you're doing to this nation?
I'm not even sure if that conversation has been had. What are the lessons that we're taking away from situations around, as in what can we do better? Because it would take a government who is forward-thinking, who wants to make change, and who wants to be able to see that change come to pass, to be able to take that step back and review. How are we doing? What are the things that we're doing well? Some of the things we've implemented, how well have we done? What can we do better? It's a government that is thinking in that direction. Unfortunately, we haven't seen it in the actions that have been taken so far. So all we continue to see is a repetition of what has happened before. where we still have, military personnel.
I just don't want to believe that they don't have intelligent people in the military that cannot find a more less harmful way to disperse any protest or something. Why would you always go back to shooting in the air? It is not. It's a no-no.
Conversation until something is done with regards to sitting down and taking a look. We may not be able to see those changes that are necessary, because it's people who are thinking that the people that they're serving really matter, that will be able to take that step back. And I'm hoping that at some point that this will be done, whether in the near future or even now, because it's really becoming something that can cause even more chaos before we know it.
All right, so we'll take a break now. When we come back from the break, we want to discuss Deborah Samuel's death, and let's just analyze and see how we can make sense of all of this. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My dear friends, I must be honest with you. Today, I would have preferred not to be here to preach to you. Today, I would have preferred to lock myself up in my chapel before God alone, to weep and to pray. To weep and to pray for my nation, where darkness has descended. To weep and pray for my church that is being stifled out of existence in the world and also in Nigeria. To weep and pray for Deborah Emmanuel, who was killed because she found herself in a part of Nigeria she thought was home, but it wasn't. To weep and to pray for my brother and friend, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the world-acclaimed voice of the voiceless, who has now become soft target for those same voiceless people who see him as part of their problem rather than as part of the solution. To weep and to pray for the poor, miserable murderers of Deborah, who have been left uneducated and unemployed deliberately so that they can be manipulated, brainwashed, and instrumentalized for political ends by religious bigots and political egoists. To weep and to pray for people who should be leaders, religious leaders, who enjoy being ambivalent in the condemnation of evil when it is perpetrated by one of them. to weep, and to pray for our political leaders, under whose watch this nation has crumbled.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, the Catholic Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, Enugu State, Bishop Godfrey Igwebuike Ona, had accused the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration of deliberately crumbling Nigeria. Ona, who was reacting to the gruesome murder of the student of Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto State, over the alleged blasphemy of Prophet Muhammad, lamented how violence, corruption, and other vices have become culture and tradition in this part of the world. The clergyman, who is angered by the realities in the country, expressed sadness over attacks on the Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Matthew Kuka, residence. Right? Daily Post recalls that Kuka's house was reportedly attacked a few days ago following protests launched in parts of Sokoto State by some Muslims over the arrest of suspected killers of the 200-level students. The senseless killing of this young girl triggers a lot of questions to where we are as citizens of the world. Was this barbaric act a show of religious intolerance, an absence of law and order, or ill education like he alleged? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow. Okay, so Norma, I am particularly not in a happy place today, because I don't even know where to start the conversation from. But I wouldn't know maybe if things have changed so bad from when I was growing up, because when it comes to, let's take it piece by piece, religious intolerance, I never understood what that word meant until maybe much later in life, because I could go into a mosque, literally. I would do the ablution with my neighbors that were Muslims. They would teach me how to do the prayers, you know, and they would come, would sing the songs together. But everybody understood that you were Muslim, I was Christian, and yet we could still do all those things and go back peacefully to practicing our religion without being compromised in our faith, right? When it was Christmas, we would take food to them. When it was Salah, it was a must. You know, everybody would, I mean, Christmas, you see line up of, because like neighbors, like 14 neighbors, so they would line the coolers in big sizes, not even small sizes. So you were cooking with the mind that I am feeding not just my family, but the entire neighborhood. So people would come. So when I hear things about religious intolerance, I still cannot relate, right? I still can't relate. You know, I feel that a lot of things has gone wrong in this country. And the biggest challenge I see is that everybody is more focused on ambitions than actually the nation called Nigeria. That's what I think is the biggest problem, but I don't know about you. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I can resonate with what you were saying. Growing up, I think as an older person, that was when I started knowing that there's a difference, or that we were different. Growing up in the North as well, North was home. North is still home for some of us. I don't know about others. But being in that position where I could meet people, I could, you know, communicate, I could relate without fear or any form of prejudice, was the ultimate experience as a Nigerian. And that was no, surprise there that some of us didn't, some of us will say we're true Nigerians, because we've been all over the country. We have lived and we've experienced the people, we've experienced the culture, we embraced some of it, you know, just to be able to have that sense of belonging as a nation. But when things like situations that we're seeing in the current state of our country show up, then you begin to wonder, is there really a country? It is deep, because when people start making certain comments or certain statements that, oh, you don't belong, or when there is, for example, if somebody who grew up in Lagos says, I'm a Lagosian, I can vie for, and that's when it's remembered that, oh, you know, you are not from Lagos State, or you were not born in Lagos, or things like that. So with situations of religion, like you rightly said, growing up in the North, we had Muslims as neighbors. We received meals from them during festive periods, and then during Christmas or during our own festive periods, we also share what we had. So at the point where people now begin, in the face of conflict, then people now remember, oh, you are this and I am this. It now begins to tell you that, was it a dream or a facade that we embraced?
So,
and this is now the actual reality of the situations of ground.
So the Bishop Godfrey, right? That's his
Yes.
name. Was talking about uneducated, unemployed. He mentioned those two words. So I believe education has a major part to play in this, because again, I have interacted. I have a lot of Muslims as friends, really close friends. And you know, when we have conversations, you can't be afraid to say your mind around them, because I believe that some of them have been exposed, they have that exposure, then they understand, right? So you are not careful choosing your words. So is it possible that what we are seeing, you know, with the death of this young girl, is a lack of education, you know, is a major show of how ignorant a lot of people have become, that it is now almost to this point where you can actually decide that you want to fight a battle for God? Because I don't understand why, if somebody makes a blasphemous statement, because that blasphemy is still questionable, right? If somebody
she
makes,
didn't have that opportunity,
you know,
to defend herself.
if somebody makes a blasphemous statement, why you feel the need that you have to be the one to fight? So I saw a few people online calling out for, because you see, if we are talking, it is always nice that it is a Muslim that is coming out to talk about certain things, so that it doesn't look like, oh, we're just being biased because she's a Christian and all of that. Yeah. So Zainab Mohammed, what's her name now? She came out in a post on Twitter, and she said she was, of course, giving her condolence. The UN Secretary General, she was giving her condolence. Amina Mohammed, sorry, not Zainab. She was giving her condolence, and she was calling out that the government should please do something while she sends her prayers to the family. She says justice must be done for the senseless, brutal killing of the young girl Deborah Yakubu in Nigeria. Religion or religions should not be misinterpreted to preach violence when they promote peace, right? So this is what she is saying. Whilst others, you know, because I had to go back to screen grab. You remember when this issue first broke? The very first person prominent that put out a statement was Atiku. That eventually he brought down that statement and did a video, a very long video explaining why that tweet and all of that. And you know what struck me the most was that the reason the tweet was brought down was a lot of Muslims came on his page attacking him, that he just lost their vote, he just lost their vote, he just lost their vote. You know, so I want to read some of the tweets that I found. You know, I just said, you know what, this is not for me to make any judgment. It's for us to just sit down and analyze and understand. Is this the reality? So that while you as a Christian or a Muslim, you are in a that's why I do not participate in religious conversation. But see, if you find yourself in that place where you are discussing religion, maybe
then
this should be like a sign to guide or guard your mouth, right? So Garba Shehu, Adamu Garba said, he said there's no Muslim that don't respect the sanctity and divinity of Jesus Christ. Okay. And certainly there is no Muslim that will ever tolerate denigrating our beloved Prophet Muhammad. Insulting him is our uncompromising red line. Respect our sensibilities and avoid it. So this is what a Muslim came out to say. There's another captain, of course, that Azman Air has come to dissociate themselves from, is Captain Jamil Abubakar, who said that it was his personal opinion, and he was talking about, he says, Deborah Samuel, let me see if I can pull out, he said Deborah Samuel was stoned to death and burnt by some of her Muslim classmates. Oh no, let me try to pull out what he said, sorry. Let me pull out what he said. He said, in Islam, we respect the Injil, Torah, and Zabur. We were never taught to disrespect any of the book of any of the prophets from Adam to Muhammad and the Quran. The punishment for blasphemy is death. In most religions, it's including Christianity, respect people's, that he said the punishment for blasphemy is death in most religions, including Christianity. Respect people's religion. It's simple. Of course, people came and they were attacking him and saying they cannot believe. Somebody said, I mean, literally, sincerely shocked. You actually believe it is okay to take another person's life. But I don't know where in Christianity, maybe somebody would help me, because I've not seen it anywhere in Christianity where blasphemy
maybe
is
he's
now
referring to back in the days in the Jewish times where people, if you said something that they didn't believe in, then you were
So the Sheikh Ahmed Gumi came out also to condemn it. He said that the Prophet's refusal to avenge, because that even the Prophet himself was insulted by people, that his refusal to avenge the insults of non-Muslim, or that non-Muslim rained on him while he was alive, was because he did not want to be tagged a murderer. So anyone who kills a non-Muslim who have agreed to live peacefully with will not smell the fragrance of paradise for 40 years. So he's even saying, because they say that there's a reward for when you do certain things, you get a place in paradise and all of that. So I think these are prominent people coming out, to talk about,
views.
To talk about this. So it just begs the question that what are we dealing with really? Is it a conversation around religious intolerance, or is the fact that we are in a country where there is no law and order? Right? There is no rule of law where I can do anything and I get away with it. I can take a life. Look at the young boy that was killed in Lekki for 100 naira. Where are the arrests that have been made? Whose life is going to be hung based on this boy that was killed, right? We see crimes being perpetrated on a daily basis, right? And nobody gets to go to jail, or nobody is killed for it, or nobody is electrocuted for it. So is this really a show of religious intolerance, or is the fact that Nigeria as a country, the corruption has eaten so deep that everybody can just do whatever it is that they feel like, and nobody is brought to book? Is that what we are suffering from? Or are we suffering from ill education, where a lot of people are not well educated, they do not understand, and they feel like, certain things, they need to fight certain battles on behalf of the divinity that they serve? What exactly are we suffering from?
Well, in my opinion, I think we're suffering from a little bit of
everything.
Everything. So when you take the religious intolerance, you see that unfortunately, different people have different views. And based on who you're listening to, that is how you're going to be programmed. So some of our Muslim sisters and brothers believe that this is injustice. taking a life in this manner was not the best solution that would come out of the situation. While some others believe that this is the law, or this is what we believe, that if anyone blasphemes against the prophet, then the ultimate punishment is death. So these divisions will tell based on who you're listening to.
Absolutely.
The different sheikhs or the different instructors or the people that they listen to, who do they listen to? It will shape their understanding, whether they are enlightened or not. So you have enlightened people making these comments as well as people who are uneducated.
Absolutely.
So it depends on, do we have a
Yeah,
call?
so let's, I forgot that we need to open our phone lines.
Okay, yeah.
Let's go on a very quick break. We'll open our phone lines. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and our focus today is Deborah Samuel's death. We're asking, is this a show of religious intolerance? Is it an absence of law and order? Or it is just ill education that we're suffering from? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WayShow after one with the hashtag WayShow. Our phone line is now open. The number to call is 07025007749. Remember, please be cautious about the words you use. Religion is a very sensitive matter, and we do not want to further agitate anyone. So please, let's be cautious and be guarded. Remember to turn off the volume of your television set while you're calling. So,
So I was saying, so there's the place of education and enlightenment where if I have that understanding, then I'm able to tolerate what somebody, even if I do not agree to them.
Absolutely. Norma, please hold that thought. Let me take our first caller. Austin from Benin. Thank you for calling. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for calling.
Okay, so yes, religious intolerance. I think that's what it is, and it's both in Islam and Christianity. I think what has happened in our country is that people have been so radicalized to a level where they take religion now to the extreme. Fashola said some time ago that he's surprised that even these two religions that we profess, these two major religions that came from the Middle East, that way we practice it here, the Middle East people don't even practice the religion the way it is. They are not fanatical about this religion the way Nigerians, the Nigerians do. Okay? Now, in the north, I think what is happening in the north is that a lot of youth in that place, they are not educated well enough to know that, look, these are things that should not generate violence. Well, Bishop Kuka said some time ago that what you just need to send people into the street is just a crate of mineral. Only a crate of mineral, they go to the street and unleash mayhem on the people. Now, so the point I'm trying to make is this. It's not just the Muslims now, even within among the Christians. I am a Catholic, for instance. Do you know that some persons have called me and said, look, you are not attending a Bible believing church. They tell me that, they have told me that, look, you in the Catholic church, you people worship images, you don't worship God. Oh, you worship Mary, you don't worship Jesus Christ. So just imagine if you are saying that same thing to a Muslim, how the person will react. So that's just the problem. We have become so intolerant of.
Absolutely. But thank you so much, Austin. He had mentioned really. He said that all you need to do to get the Almajiris on the street, right, is to give them a crate of soft drink. But you see, the thing is that not poverty, and is that not ignorance? Because that's not religion. That is not religion at play there. It's deeper than that. So you see, when you keep the people ill-educated, automatically they are mercenaries for you. And that's what that bishop had said, the Catholic bishop, when he was talking about uneducated and unemployed. You keep them at a place where they will continue to do your bidding. So if a politician or a government is not really focused on educating the people and empowering them in the real sense of empowerment, you are the one actually creating the chaos that we're seeing, because it means that for as long as these people remain jobless, ill-educated or uneducated,
people will find
they will always use them as a tool. They will thank you. These are working weapons.
Yeah, I was going to bring in that aspect, because even thinking about it, Deborah was in the university. Apart from those who are educated or who are not educated, that they can weaponize, you also have the educated ones who are still on, who are not enlightened. And there's a difference, right?
That's the ill-education.
The ill-education, because these were her classmates. And the moment that situation comes up, that maybe caution could have even taken place there. Oh, please, whatever it is. Till now, we still do not have, because Deborah is not even here to defend herself. We still do not know the extent to it. What exactly did she say that was...
It was something around how did she pass an exam?
Yes, even that conversation, we cannot have it as in the way it went at the end of the day.
I'll come back to that. But let me take a call. Lecinta from Gombe State. Thank you for calling. Are you there? You're live.
Yeah, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for calling.
Okay, I think the issue I see with this Deborah's issue is as a result of intolerance. Nigeria is a country where people see religion as if it's everybody's business. We fail to understand that religion is a personal affair. So Nigerians are generally judgmental people when it comes to religion. Even among we, the Muslims, you discover that when you see someone dressed in a particular way, somebody is quick to condemn you. So if not, as a Muslim, you're supposed to understand that even if this person has said something against your religion, you cannot fight for God. That's just the truth. So allow God to fight this battle. So as a Muslim, you're supposed to know that you don't have the right to take the life of fellow human beings, regardless of what their belief is.
Thank you so much.
So I see a lot of things, and I realize that people are not well informed here in the North. Sorry to say.
Thank you.
So religion is between you and your God, and it's a personal affair. And the earlier we take it like that, the better for us as a society.
Thank you so much, Lecinta.
In fact, that she just opened it up. A lot of people are not informed. So the moment something is not going in the way that you accept it, then the next thing people resort to, and it also comes from programming. The people in that environment, how are they programmed to so that things that can, conducive environments that cause those things to come up based on the way they're programmed. You see somebody, and that's why somewhere when in the late 90s into 2000, when the crisis started in Jos and in Kaduna, when people started finding out places that were most peaceful, that nothing of the sort could ever come up. And then all of a sudden, you begin to program people to believe that once there's a crisis, then the people to go after. So, like I said, it's a combination of all of these things. Because when people are not programmed to love, when people are not programmed to tolerate one another, when people are not programmed to understand in the midst of
in fact,
differences.
Let me take Loma from Abia State, because what I was even thinking, shouldn't that have been an opportunity to educate her?
Exactly,
you know,
to caution her or to make her to understand that what she did was wrong.
From Abia State. Thank you for calling, Loma. You're live.
Yeah, good evening, my good in the house.
Good evening, Loma.
Yeah, it's Loma. See, just like the last one, an uninformed mind is a deformed mind. Now, let me take it from this way. Why is it that the Christians have not killed anybody when people talk about something on Jesus Christ? There are many that doesn't believe that Jesus did something right. But it is because you want the people that the other people that are not educated are educated people. So that's understand where I'm going. Educated ones always groom the uneducated, leading them to do what is not right. It is quite unfortunate. So it is right time that the elite up north should educate the younger ones. So that those uneducated, so that they'll start knowing what the religion is all about. We have good friends I have Muslim friends. They don't talk about killing. They don't kill anybody. They are only supposed to talk about killing. It is because the educated ones try to manipulate the uneducated and make them to what they don't know. So please, it is high time. Let's use the opportunity to tell the educated ones. Educate, let the elite in the north educate the uneducated. At the end of the day, this type of thing will not be happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Loman.
You know, so the girl was asked, I think, something around her homework. How did it play? She said, "Oh, Jesus." So it was Jesus, and then I said, So it's actually very sad. It's sad that, you know, even because you see, I've had, and that's why I'm very careful not to go into arguments, right, with people. I mean, when the Sharia crisis was happening back and forth in Kaduna State, I remember there was a story that we heard, was a boy actually hid his friend that was a Muslim in the roof of his ceiling. He hid him because he was in a Christian, you know, when the crisis breaks like that, wherever you are, you have to check if you're in a safe place or so. He was not in a safe zone because he was in the Christian part of Kaduna. You know, when the threats had left the place and the people left the area and all of that, it was safe for him to come down from the roof of the ceiling to now go. He came down and took his dagger and slashed the tummy. It was because the boy survived. That's how come we heard the story. Do you understand? So, I mean, if you have gotten to that point where someone that, even to the point that somebody that saved your life, right? Shouldn't you be thinking twice that, am I really, you know, practicing how the Prophet would have wanted? Because every part of Islam that I am aware of, right? I don't know so much. I haven't read the Quran, but I have been around Muslim friends. It has always been love. It has always been love. I've not had any of my Muslim friends that show me bitterness or hatred. Do you understand? So why? But let me take a call. I think we have another caller on the line. You're live. Hello, Benjamin, you're live.
Hello.
Go ahead, quickly.
Hey. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Benjamin from Imo State.
Yeah.
From Imo State.
You're welcome. Go ahead, please.
Very much. It's a mind-troubling issue. I think the entire thing borders on lack of understanding. In fact, religious intolerance is a pandemic. It's a serious pandemic. And the earlier we tackle it, the better. You see, there are places where you go to and you begin to see what civilized people do. We don't need to be in America or Europe to be civilized. Let people move out to the Gambia here in West Africa and see the height of religious tolerance. I myself personally have been privileged to live in the house of a Muslim cleric, a Christian, and I was organizing choral practices, choir and catechism in his house, in his compound. During Christmas, they will give us candles, incense, and ask us to pray for them. During their own festival, usually in April, they call to basket, Christians will also give them the gifts to them. During Christmas period, the same people you see them, you hardly can distinguish between Muslims and Christians because young Muslim boys and young Muslim girls join us in Christmas carols. And it has nothing to do. Our problem here is that most of our leaders confuse themselves and they use religion as governance. Governance and religion become the same. And then those following them will now act with impunity, believing that whatever they do, nobody will ask them questions, and that they are hopeful that they have a superior power somewhere to protect them. Otherwise, if they are punished, or if they understand that the constitution of this country makes it, in fact, there are laws in this country that make it criminal for somebody to kill another, they will not abide, and not abide by their religious belief. Their religious belief notwithstanding. And if Nigeria is a secular state, we should know that there is no state religion. And you cannot kill or contravene the law on the grounds of religion.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
In fact, while Benjamin was talking, I just remembered that today, I think over 20 lawyers or something, I can't remember the exact figure, of representatives who were representing the so-called people, those who are in custody at the time. And I'm wondering how these seeming young people could rally around and get this number of lawyers to come to their defense. Is it because they really believe that what these people have done is right?
That's what I'm saying to you now. It's the conviction. The actions that was taken based on the conviction that they
Absolutely.
have. So that programming, it's a very strong programming. And again, and I like what the last caller was talking about, the elite. We need to. You can't just say, okay, no, that's not how it's done. You must be ready to do the dirty work, go into the streets and educate the minds of these people, because a lot of people are ill-educated. They don't even understand the religion that they claim to practice, right? But let's take some comments. Fantastic evening, ladies. This conversation is succinct at this time and provokes a lot of sentiment. Religious discourse has never been easy among Nigerian youth, both Christians, nonetheless Muslims. I attribute all these to wrong indoctrination during childhood. How many of us as adults truly question what we were taught to believe as children? A wrongly indoctrinated child is a time bomb waiting to explode in adulthood. Let's think about that. This is Chigozie from Anambra State. You have a comment?
Yes, I do. It says, good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? #Ways. Concerning the death of Deborah Samuel, I think the people that were involved in this dastardly, demonic, and heartless act went too far and took laws into their hands. There was a pastor, I really can't remember his name, he said that he read the Holy Quran and that he did not see where it was written where death penalty was the judgment for blasphemy. Even if Deborah blasphemed, is it not proper for her to be cautioned or counseled and also to put to order not to do it again? That it is wrong, rather than kill this beautiful lady for nothing and setting her corpse ablaze. I personally am not in support of this. Sister Norm, I like your hair, you look good. My name is Daniel Lilo from your
I said the phone lines are buzzing. We have some callers, but I think we lost the call. But we have one final comment quickly.
Yes, I do have one from Iore in Gombe State. She says, good evening, ladies. Majority of these Muslims don't read the Quran for themselves. They listen to sermons, and that is what programs them. Even in Christianity, you see Christians who no longer read the Bible for themselves. I think that's very apt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know these things for themselves. They do not question, like you said, they do not question to go and read for themselves. They just take what they're being taught hook, line, and sinker, and just deposit it. And that's where enlightenment and education comes in.
So, right, on that note, I think we're going to bring back the conversation around religion, you know. So for us, it's not a fight thing. It's for us to just have understanding, because I believe that with dialogue and conversations, you are supposed to hear each other, hear from the Muslims, hear from the Christians, and hear and try to find the root cause of the problem. We hear our phone lines are buzzing, but we're sorry we can't take more calls. Thank you to everyone that called. The phone is ringing in my ear. Thank you to everyone that called. Thank you. We're just praying and we're hoping that this girl will find justice and her death will not just be wasted. It will educate both Muslims and Christians on what to do if situations like this arise. You don't have to take a life to pass the message across. Right, so our heart goes out to the mom. I mean, I read somewhere where the mom was saying that Deborah was the first.
She's the first out of 7 children.
Out of 8 children, and that so the remaining 7 children, they're not going to school anymore.
Yeah,
and she has left the matter
to God,
to in the hands of God, for God to take care. It's sad. It's really sad. Thank you so much, Noma. Thank you to everyone that called and sent in their messages. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us on Instagram. It's at Wayshow Africa. On Twitter is at Wayshow Africa 1. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all the engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. It is an universal law. Intolerance is the first sign of an inadequate education. An ill-educated person behaves with arrogance, impatience, whereas truly profound education breeds humility. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
My name is Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of Naija Kids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how Naija Kids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it into something that is fun, that children want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? When I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Naija Kids game instead? So for him, that's, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. And then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent. And that's really what brought about Naija Kids. I studied engineering. So not even electrical, and computer. I actually studied mechanical. But my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I've been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did for fun. I tell people that, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, this is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. So those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels, do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing against, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So the things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, Naija Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. So that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate. But all that while, I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Naija Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Naija Kids. I say, yes, I'm Naija, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. That kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things, online. So we now had to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices, can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. You know what's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Which one is playing games? No. The computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations. And so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited and of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology. And it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it. But they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are are making money, what are not, how do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money, what's coming in, how is it coming in, what are you spending money on, do you have money, what we call runway, do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months, what if this doesn't work out, how do you keep the books, how are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, you are so organized. I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remotely, and it was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big or when you're in the process of hitting it big. What I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money, just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in terms of the next products we do. I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate. Let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son, so hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money. And you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think it's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house. Don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company. I said, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, So I'm saying the collaborations can be something as simple as that. In terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that you can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, and we went live this week to have our games, on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school. And someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, it was driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating who are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly we get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to share some of the excessive graphics that I put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and Orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. So when I'm going to give an example in maths, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai, I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. So we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? It was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying, what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Nigeria elements of the Nigeria kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, patriotism in the next generation through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, Keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skinned. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. Financial, all sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning, because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, there was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year, I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rent. So what's my business? I said, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhere to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on the particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there's some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting out. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Boko. This is the news update. Gunshot amid protests have rocked the All Progressive Congress Secretariat along Woji Road, GRA, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Hundreds of members loyal to the former federal lawmaker, Senator Magnus Abe, stormed the premises, alleging hijack of the screening of the State House Assembly aspirant Ward State Delegated selection. Speaking with newsmen, the aggrieved party faithful said they arrived at the Secretariat around 6 a.m. only to meet the gate under lock and key. The protesters from the 23 local government area of the state carried placards with various inscriptions calling on the National Secretariat to intervene. As the time of filing the report, the party ESCO loyal to the former minister are yet to react to the situation, and security agencies have taken over the secretariat. National leader of the All Progressive Congress APC and the presidential aspirant Bola Tinubu has vowed that he will not retire from partisan politics until he becomes president. Tinubu, who was on a campaign visit to Bauchi to meet with delegates and party stakeholders ahead of its party primaries, promised that if elected, he would bring unity and development to the country. The former Lagos State governor, who visited and insisted that he is the best man for the job, appealed to the people to support him.
There's element of division going on, but from dignity of labor, not fraudulent management of accountants, we will give you Nigeria that you are proud of. May Almighty God grant all our wishes. Help me and stand with me to become the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, so I can serve you and serve you honestly.
In his recent remark, former of Sokoto State, In his recent remark, former governor of Sokoto State, Senator Kashim Shettima, insisted that Bola Tinubu is the right person to take Nigeria to the promised land.
The true mark of leadership isn't the ability to lift a bag of cement. It is the capacity to come up with rational solutions to redeem our people and our territorial jurisdiction. This is the person that will lead us to the promised land. Our delegates from Benue, I wish to call on you. I wish to implore you. I wish to beseech you to vote with your conscience, to vote for the right person to catapult our nation to a higher pedestal.
To welcome distinguished Nigerian leader of this great party and the most effective presidential aspirant we have in Nigeria today. I deeply wish to say that you are indeed welcome, sir. Benue is for you, and let me quickly hasten to say the leader of Benue, by extension the leader of North Central, is aware that we are sitting here today. If not for him, but for him, we are here.
All Progressive Congress APC governorship aspirant in Adamawa State have faulted the alleged attempt by certain aspirant to replace genuinely recognized party delegates ahead of the governorship primary scheduled for May 20th. Addressing press conference, three aspirants Umar Madakwaki, Abdulrazak Namdas and Wafari described the alleged development as unacceptable. The group explained that consensus candidacy has since been quashed since the party adopted indirect primary election.
When these congresses are conducted here in Adamawa, in fact, people have started compiling their own names. Some delegates have been calling us from various local governments, alleging that their names have already been removed as delegates, when the actual exercise have not just even commenced in the first place. So you can see we have a challenge already at heart. And we need to tell the world that we are party loyalists. We agree to what our party told us, and we agree with our leaders at the state and at the national level. Because this is not an anti-party thing, it's one thing. And all of us here, we have crisscrossed the whole state. We have seen our delegates, we spoke with them. We agreed that they are delegates. So if you go to a local government and you are allowed to talk to delegates, or you spoke with delegates, but only on election day, the man is no longer delegate, then that's a problem.
The aspirants said they have discussed with officials of the party in Abuja, who will be in Yola to organize and monitor the process. The Coalition of United Political Parties, CUPP, has expressed worry over the deteriorating security situation in Imo State. Spokesman of the CUPP, Ugo Chinyere Kenga, said it's high time President Muhammadu Buhari found a lasting solution to the insecurity that has engulfed some parts of the country, including the southeastern part of the country. According to him, insecurity only draws the economy of the state backwards.
Coming down from here, you see businesses are drying up because of the insecurity caused by the issues of marginalization that led to issues of our people asking for separation. That the president, it is time now that he's leaving office. If that is the only thing he would do, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and return back to the political negotiation table. And I use that opportunity also to thank the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, for being courageous and matching what he's saying with action by visiting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in DSS. Other governors in the East are trying to be good boys, but you cannot be good boy because you are elected to represent and govern people from here. And if your people are murdered every night and day, you should show concern. You should find a way to...
Gunmen have killed 3 relatives of a chairman of Ikwo local government area of Ebonyi State, Stephen Orogu. The hoodlums stormed the chairman's home in Akpao-Mokara on Tuesday night, but did not meet him at home. The invaders shot 3 of his relatives as well as the security guard on duty dead. Orogu confirmed the incident to a reporter in an emotion-laden voice. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has disclosed that about 9 bodies have been recovered so far from a gas explosion that rocked a primary school building in Sambo Gari area of Kano State. A statement by NEMA's spokesman, Manzo Ezekiel, revealed that the Director General NEMA, Mustafa Mohammed, was at the site of the incident and coordinated rescue operations. He mobilized excavators being used to the rescue operations and said NEMA team will ensure complete removal of the rubble to retrieve all trapped persons.
Team from NEMA, such a rescue team in particular, were at the scene of the event at around 10:15 a.m. to investigate and ascertain the impact of the explosion. DG NEMA, Mustafa Habib, was at the site of the incident. He led in the coordination of the rescue operations. Excavators were mobilized to ensure removal of the rubble to retrieve trapped victims. 9 dead bodies were recovered from the collapsed building after the explosions and have been deposited at the morgue at Armed Forces Specialist Hospital. Injured victims by the explosion were taken to various hospitals. Total number stands at, that is the total number of injured victims stands as 10, and the 2 were already discharged.
The Movement for Survival of His Own Ethnic Nationality in Niger Delta says the agitation for self-rule by the people of the Niger Delta will continue as long as the imbalance in the National Assembly is yet to be corrected. The group made this known during the 54th Bori Day anniversary, which was commemorated in Bayelsa, Delta and Rivers State, with a theme unlocking potentials for liberation. Our correspondent Jesse C. completes this report.
Sons and daughters of his own nation marching and singing in remembrance of their late hero, Isaac Jasper Boro, the founder of the Just Struggle. Many years after his death, his people say the federal government is here to address issues that made him take up arms against the state. The Movement for Survival of His Own Ethnic Nationality in the Niger Delta Mosient says the 1999 Constitution and other imbalances in governance are responsible for continuous agitations in the region.
We're going to liaise with NINAS. We're going to hold talk with other ethnic nationalities across Nigeria. As we speak, election is some months away from now, but nobody talks about resource restructuring anymore. It has fizzled out.
nobody's talking about it. And it cannot go anywhere because you take the numerical strength of the National Assembly to be able to realize that. And in an assembly where you don't have a balance, you don't have a numerical balance, it is as good as dead on arrival. So therefore, we ask, what is difficult for the government to call for a referendum?
Barrow's influence on the people is a strong one. Other Niger Delta stakeholders maintain he fought selflessly to give his people a sense of belonging.
They are together. And what he has laid down in the Niger Delta, he also affects all ethnic nationality in the Niger Delta too. We have the same feeling, the same goal, and the same thinking. And no matter how the federal government manipulates and then try to cause divide and rule tactics against the Niger Delta, we don't care. But what we believe, the spirit always puts us together when the time comes like this.
Our leader, Chief Dapabrie, said that we were fought for the same struggle with our people and for the establishment of River State to be a state in the Federation. The federal government is not sincere. Our leaders here are not sincere. The problem of the Niger Delta people is caused by our leaders and the federal government because of their insincerity.
He has fought a great battle for the good people of Niger Delta to speak and achieve our set goal. Because there are lapses that we are facing in the Niger Delta, of which our communities and our youth are suffering from.
The late Barrow is said to have resorted to armed struggle when he declared the Niger Delta Republic in February 23, 1966. But youths are advised to employ other non-violent means of agitations in getting the central government's attention to the region. Jesse Essay for Plus TV News.
And in sports news, Bayern Munich striker Robert Lewandowski confirmed that he will not be signing a new deal after 8 trophy-laden years at the club. Lewandowski, who has 1 year left on his current contract, is said to want a new challenge away from Germany, with Barcelona's favorite for his signature. The poll helped the German giant with the Bundesliga in each of his 8 seasons at the club, as well as another 8 domestic trophies and both the UEFA Champions League and the FIFA Cup, World Cup in 2020. He broke Gerd Muller's record by scoring 41 goals in single Bundesliga's campaign, and striker joined the Dutch legend Johan Cruyff as the only 2 players to achieve the win while being the highest goal scorer in the 3 competitions. Lewandowski won the Best FIFA Men's Player Award both in 2020 and 2021 and finished second only to Lionel Messi for 2021 Ballon d'Or. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and visit our website, www.plustvafrica.com, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Messi Bopo. Many thanks for watching. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games, Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
According to Plato, music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. This is no surprise as the music industry is one of the most booming industries in Nigeria, as the motion pictures and music recording accounted for 730 billion naira of Nigeria's GDP in 2020. It has not always been this way, as the music industry has experienced a full turnaround from the days the boys wore baggy jeans, big gold chains, and oversized t-shirts. Let me take you down memory lanes of the good old days. Onyeka Onwenu, Iyogogo. Tony Tetwila, My Car. Plantation Boys, Don't You Know?
Baby, don't you know that I really love you so? That I really love you so. Never let you go, and I never let you go.
Remedies, Shakomo. Maintain, Catch Hold.
My catch go.
Idris Abdul Karim, live in Yankee.
Idris, you
promise say you go marry me. See me, it done hurt me so badly. Remember that everywhere we dey walk, yeah, you come go Yankee, you come forget me totally.
Rugged man, Ruggedy Baba.
Once again, it's me, the individual, running the game physical. I'm here to open my mouth again and yarn spiritual, to speak from my heart. Let you know where it did in me, as people they grab bites and talk about me up in this industry. Where them been day when I they speak for mechanics and shoemakers, and they talk around the subject like my lawmakers. Before I dropped the hand, the industry was messed up. Fakers they rule, why real rappers them they stressed up. Nobody did it.
I think people are biased about music based on their age, so everybody thinks their own era is the best era. But I can say for free that the Afrobeats era is by far the biggest era in terms of Nigerian music and its global impact, having done billions of streams and actually invaded the mainstream of the global pop culture. And that is what should be respected. Yes, there are great legendary artists in Nigerian music, but there are also great legendary artists in Afrobeats today. The reality of it is that most people do not understand that if you were looking at all the areas and the industries in the world you could work on, probably the hardest is the music and the film industries. There are millions of artists, millions of creative people, a very, very, very small percentile ever make it. It's a little bit like the 100-meter final in the Olympics. 8 people made the final out of 6 billion on the planet. They are very special people, which is why I get very irritated with Nigerians not celebrating people who make finals. So artists have a very, very hard road to ever become successful, and it's not easy. So to fail, you first have to try to fail. So keep trying, even if you fail, get up and try again. We can't discuss Nigerian music without Fela Kuti, the king of Afrobeats, the original, the poet, the prince, the rebel, the philosopher. We can't discuss Nigerian music for me without Bongo High Life, which is really from Owerri, with the Peacocks International, the Oriental Brothers. That's the foundation of that music. I love it. And then, in the modern era, I think Blackie, who's my brother, Daddy Shoki, all those guys that came through in the late 80s, early 90s, salute to them.
I'm sure those videos brought back nostalgia. We would end this by asking the Nigerian citizens what generation of music they prefer, the good old days as far as lyrics and content are concerned, or what we call Afrobeats today.
I prefer the old school compared to the new schools. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you. All my love is out for you. Still, nothing could. No.
If you love a woman, tell her that she is the one. Something like that. I think really love a woman. No.
Old generation, I think, is the best, because this generation of these days now, they always sing about love. But back in the days, what they sing is meaningful.
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian AIDS Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian AIDS, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. Initially they say, oh, no. We don't want you and your leprosy people, please.
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. We should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Yohen Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just thinking that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las ejedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that, this one, we have to take it outside, because his father has house. Definitely you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then. Because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
God worry for that. All rodents and reptiles who they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can merge together to meet up with responsibility.
ti mọ́ ara mi ẹgbẹ́ra nílẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ti yá ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ mi ẹ̀gbọ́nra jìgì kátó.
One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eko Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this year with you. But I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I found myself jobless. Now presently I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now, just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these 3 reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs, when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling, you that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira, it affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children, or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We are in I'm in a room now, and I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even as maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people, because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youth have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power, because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have. That's one. Two, as regards to the new technology, the digital economy, the ICT as it is, we've seen that our youth are IT savvy, we've seen that our youth have innovative minds. And my ministry, which is the Ministry of Youth, for instance, just during the COVID era, that's my first year in office, we were able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill our youth is a central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upskilling of our youth, whether the skills they acquire matches the jobs available in the market, so that you just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the NPower, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to register with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have financial statements. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labor. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS, you know. But I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing in that direction? as a minister in this government is to make sure that we win our youth off this idea of just putting together a resume and looking for a job, a white-collar job, an office job, a 5 to 9 job. There's no country in the world that has been able to solve its youth unemployment problem without turning its youth into entrepreneurs. And that is the whole rationale behind the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. The emphasis is on two major things. That is, must invest in our youth, provide them the needed credit and capital, access to that capital that can make them become wealth creators. Second, we need to focus ourselves educationally. We need to provide technical skills and vocational skills. China, 2 years ago, decided to close down over 200 universities or 250 universities and then turn them into vocational and technical schools, because the emphasis now in the developed world is the skills and what you can produce with your knowledge and your hand, not sitting down and carrying files in an office. So we need that paradigm shift. The AFDB leads clearly in the fact that we should move from youth empowerment to youth investment. That don't give our youth handouts, but give them tools, give them resources, give them credit and finance so that they can start. And look at this country. Our youth are they're hugely talented. The creative and entertainment industry dominates. Look at Nollywood, for instance. Look at where it is right now. And look at the musical world. Our Nigerian musicians, massive. But there's also a value chain. So there's an emphasis on looking at what's the value chain in agriculture. How do we you don't have to be a farmer. You can be an off-taker, just buy the produce and take it to the market. Look at sports, for instance. The value chain of sports is massive. Have we explored it? No. Under this government, we've been able to reclassify sports from recreation to business. And as we put together that policy, the entire value chain of sports as business will employ a lot of youth.
If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys know they smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
The Independent National Electoral Commission is once again urged to extend the deadline for the party primaries ahead of the 2023 elections. And over 20 aspirants remain in the All Progressives Congress as several others step down due to several reasons, including Section 84, subsection 12 which says that public officers must resign before taking part in a party's primary. You're welcome to Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Bartels. Welcome back. Northern Group, the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, has urged the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to consider extending the conduct of party primaries ahead of the 2023 general elections. Now, the group noted that the call has become imperative in view of the increasing tension across the country occasioned by banditry. Also, they're citing the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU strike, and other issues as responsible for their call. Now, INEC provided for parties to conduct their primaries for the nomination of candidates from April 5 to June 3, 2022. It's just around the corner. Also, a human rights organization under the aegis of the Center for Transparency Advocacy has raised concern over the request by the Inter-Party Advisory Council, otherwise known as IPAC, to shift the deadline for political parties to conduct their primaries. They described it as misplaced. Now, IPAC had earlier asked INEC to extend the deadline for the commission. The commission had given to political parties. And of course, like I said, it's just around the corner. Now, what are the pros and cons of call for INEC to extend that deadline? We have joining us, I'm glad to say, tonight on Plus Politics, Chike Chude. He's a political analyst. And we have Ifedayo Yanuura, who is a political analyst. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us on Plus Politics.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
All right. What are your thoughts on this call? I mean, the deadline is just around the corner, and we have parties are rushing to meet up. You know, is it a right call for INEC to extend its deadline for party primaries? I'll start with you, Chude. What do you say to this?
The call came in some time ago by IPAC, and now this other group you're talking about is also reiterating that call. And my position then, when INEC made that call, is the same thing as, like right now, and it's a position that aligns with that of INEC, and that is no to the call for shifting of the date for parties to hold their primaries. And don't forget that when you're talking about parties now, you're talking about, even though that call was made under the platform of IPAC, but it is essentially a call for the APC and the PDP, the two dominant parties in the system, to shift their primaries. And like I said, I align with the position of INEC, which is a firm no. INEC gave them these dates. INEC, of course, has a lot of things to do, and INEC has been able to establish the kind of process that it will take leading up to the 2023 presidential, general election in the country. And the argument of INEC is that essentially once you do that, once they shift the date, then all the other dates that INEC has also earmarked for its own internal processes, administrative processes, will also have to be shifted. And then, of course, don't also forget the argument then, before the Electoral Act was eventually, passed by the National Assembly and sent to the President for assent, INEC had already sounded a note of warning that there was no time anymore, and that whatever they needed to do with regards to the electoral law, the Electoral Act, the passage by the National Assembly and the signing by the President should be done quickly to allow INEC to be able to have adequate time to prepare for the elections. And so INEC is saying that once they are able to shift the date for these primaries, every other thing that INEC has to do will also be shifted, and that they do not have time on their side. And actually, the election is just some months down the corner. And I agree with them absolutely. Look, the politicians knew this date. They knew the date before now. And then they needed to get their house in order. And even the excuse they are giving is laughable. that they have a lot of internal issues, internal crises that they want to be able to put in order before their primaries. And it is not the responsibility or the business of INEC to give them time to sort out their internal issues. They've always had internal issues. I mean, look at after the 2019 election, for instance, there was crisis, the post-election crisis within the APC and within the PDP, and they set up various reconciliation committees to go around the country to resolve their differences. If they were not able to resolve these differences from 2019 till the present time, are they asking INEC to give them one more month to be able to do that, something that they have not done in over 3 years? So it doesn't make sense, and I do not think that INEC has any business accommodating the foibles of the politicians.
All right, I'll come over to you, Ifedayo Iyanniruwa. Are you on the same page with these groups calling for INEC to extend its deadline for parties to conduct and conclude their primaries and internal processes?
Well, I think what we should be more concerned about is the position of law that is in line with the 2022 Electoral Act, having repealed and reenacted that of 2010. On this point, the section 84, subsection 1 of the said Electoral Act is so clear that section states that a political party nominates candidates for elections under this act shall hold primaries for aspirants to hold elective positions and shall be monitored by the Commission. Then, section 82, subsection 1, also states that every registered political party shall give the Commission at least 21 days notice, which of course many of these political parties abide strictly with. And I know to the best of my knowledge that they have done that already. Now, section 29, subsection 1, says that every political party shall not later than 180 days, that is 6 months, before the date appointed for a general election under this act, submit to the Commission in the prescribed, what I mean is prescribed forms, the list of the candidates the party proposed to sponsor at the elections, who must have emerged from valid primaries conducted by political parties. Don't forget, at least 180 days before the date appointed for general election. This is an affirmative position of the law. And as we speak, INEC has already fixed date of 2023 general election to February 25, 2023 for the presidential and National House of Assembly elections. Meanwhile, these laws have already provided legal framework for regulating the position of the Independent National Electoral Commission over the conduct of elections in Nigeria. Having been empowered by the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria under Section 153 to organize and oversee the conduct of elections in Nigeria. So therefore, as umpire, we all agreed the commission to be. I think what is expected of the political actors is to respect the rule of law. And whoever wants to scheme to endeavor to do that within the position of law and stop discouraging the system, stop acting up as if some individuals have a way of manipulating the commission at the expense of our electoral process that we are all still agitating for to be well and more reformed. Political parties that are clamoring for INEC to shift date for primaries is just as if when we are telling coach to shift goalposts, which of course is called for.
All right.
The commission has been empowered by the Constitution. We regard them as umpires. We did not discourage them. Whatever they bring on board binds on all of us. We are not unaware of what the scheme is going on.
Gentlemen, yes, Ifedayo Iyanniruwa, thank you very much. I've listened to you, I've listened to Chude. You're sounding like, adjusting election timetables or moving elections forward changing the dates is sort of a taboo in politics. It's going to sound a death knell as far as democracy in Nigeria is concerned. It's going to be the death of all of us. It's a sacrosanct, something that cannot be touched. But all over the world, in Nigeria, we have examples. Elections have been postponed, gentlemen. Dates have been changed before. So is it that it is unknown to us? Is it that it is such a bad thing that cannot be done, or what? Will anything change if the parties are calling for, some parties are calling for the dates to be changed and, for more time to allow the parties to put themselves together? I'll come back to you, Achike Chude.
INEC has a responsibility. They have a mandate. And their mandate is outside of the normally interference of the political parties. And so, like I said, the INEC has a lot of challenge. INEC's challenge is to organize election for the whole of this country. And that is a very big issue. And then also don't forget that there have been constraints in terms of, release of money to INEC. In most cases, INEC does not have monies released to it as and when due. So that causes a lot of constraints by the time monies are eventually released to INEC. So INEC takes all of these things into consideration in taking a decision. Yes, the political parties can make a request. They have made a request, but it behoves on INEC to consider that request or the request favorably or unfavorably. And in this case, they have said and they have looked at their own logistical issues and logistical challenges. And they have said they will not be able to accommodate this request by the political parties, and that the political parties have a duty to put their house in order. And that is what they expected to do. Because look, the political parties are aware of, especially the dominant political parties. They are the ones in control of in control of the National Assembly, the Senate and the House of Representatives. It is their members that were involved in passing the Electoral Act. The president is a member of one of the political parties, the APC and others. So the politicians have an idea, or they had an idea about the timelines within which elections are going to be held. And then having, passed the Electoral Act, and then, INEC came up with a table of events that will lead to the election, which includes the organizing of the primaries also. So it is only reasonable that the political parties from day one would have started the process to make sure that their houses are put in order so that they can organize their primaries in a way that is, in a fair, and transparent manner. And so they are now asking INEC to give them. And my argument is that they have had 3 years to, be able to put their house in order, to sort out some of the crises that emanated from the 2019 election. If they were not able to do that, why would one extra month given to them by INEC be enough for them? Look, the reality is that elections will hold. The reality is that the political parties will field candidates and will participate in the election. So they don't even need INEC to interfere by giving them extra time. They know what to do. And once they realize that there is no way that INEC is not going to give them that extra time, they will work within the time that they have to ensure that they organize their primaries properly. And I think they can do it. I think they're just being lazy, asking for extra time. But like INEC says, giving you this time would also, distort our table for preparation for the election. And I do not think that the politicians should burden INEC with their own problem and then create a different problem for INEC while INEC is trying to solve their own problem.
Yeah, Mr. Chude, I'll stay with you before I go back to Ifelayo. You're saying the parties have had enough time. You're saying they've had 3 years. But if we look at it, in actual fact, they've had only 3 months. March, April, May, and May is still on. 2.5 months. Have you not noticed or, sensed or noticed a sense of urgency and a hurry to try and get things done? Because there was really nothing happening while we were all waiting of course, canvassing that the Electoral Act should be passed, and when it was passed, should be signed by Mr. President. There was a lot of drama with that. You both are aware, gentlemen, of all that transpired with the President sending back an unsigned document to the National Assembly for deletion or omission of some sections. And INEC released its timetable and schedule of activities on February 26, 2022, sir. And if you look at the timetable, the notice of election is for February 28, 2022. The parties had done nothing at that point, gentlemen. Let's just go back in time. They had done nothing. We didn't even know who the aspirants were. They were not going around the country. They were not meeting delegates. They were not canvassing for anything. And the parties now have to move from ending of February, March, they have 1 month. April, they have 2 months. May, they have 3 months, to June 3. In fact, the commencement of the primaries is from 4th of April, which is a month ago. Everything seems to be in a hurry.
You see, the issue is this. You have to remember the reasons the party gave to INEC. The major reason the parties gave to INEC, that propelled them asking INEC for extension to give them, extra time or extra month or whatever it is to be able to put their house in order. That is the reason, to put their house in order, that they have some divisions, there are so many things that they need to do to settle their internal issues. Their internal issues are not the creation of INEC. INEC has no business with that. And like I'm saying, look, INEC can as well ask for extra time. But then INEC, there's a mandate, INEC has a mandate to conduct elections as specified by the Constitution. So regardless of when INEC, the Electoral Act was signed by the President, INEC will have to begin from that period to make preparations for the election. INEC could as well have said, the events leading to the signing of the Electoral Act delayed the whole process and all that. So where the Electoral Act was not passed on time, and we need an extra 6 months to be able to organize an election beyond the time given to them by the Constitution. So why INEC is not giving that excuse? Why would the parties also give an excuse? Because INEC is not only the political parties that are working against them. INEC is also working against them, and they are not giving any excuses. They are not asking for extension. So this is what I'm trying to say. And besides, the political parties have structures, and that these issues, whatever issues they want to resolve within themselves, are issues that have been there since 2019. They had a duty, and immediately after the election, they got to work, setting up committees to go around, national reconciliation committees and all that, go around the country to try and reconcile their problems. The problems are not reconciled up to this moment from what they are saying, and they're asking INEC to give them perhaps an extra 2 weeks, an extra, 1 month or 2 months to be able to reconcile this. What they have not been able to do all this while, in all of 3 years plus, are they going to do it in 1 month? They are not. So INEC has done the right thing by refusing, and you're going to see how the political parties are going to respond. They'll just go back, knowing that they have limited timeline within which to work to sort out their issue. And they are capable of sorting out these issues. Perhaps not 100%, but I do not think that they should, because they want INEC to solve their problems. In the process, INEC creates a problem for itself, which they'll be held responsible for by Nigerians if they have certain challenges that Nigerians no longer expect from them.
All right, I'll come back to you, Ifedayo Iyanuura. Your counterpart on the program tonight has said, the parties have had ample time with which to put their house in order. Do you agree with him? Let's also consider the fact that the controversial sections of the Electoral Act are still the subject of a court's processes. In fact, I'm sure you're aware that, of course, the appeal court set aside the judgment on Section 84, subsection 12, 6 days ago. And we have the Supreme Court, also setting a date to hear appeals on this particular Electoral Act. It's still in court. Have the parties had ample time from when this was signed by the President to when INEC released its timetable on February 26 to be able to conclude it by June 3? Ifedayo Iyanuura.
Well, let me say clearly, to the best of my knowledge, many of these political parties have already notified INEC for their party primaries. Some fixed late May, while some fixed early June 1st to be precise. But you see, what we're seeing at the moment is strictly politics, game of politics, the intrigue aspect of it. There are some political actors somewhere already instigate, because let me tell you straight, IPAC is a conglomeration of all the registered political parties. And it's a major stakeholder with INEC. It serves as intermediary between the commission and the other registered political parties through the body executive members. Now, because of the relationship between the IPAC and INEC, I must tell you expressly that there are some political actors somewhere wanted to hide under the opportunity of the relationship between the IPAC and INEC to now be sending IPAC to INEC to shoot this post. Because I am telling you expressly that many of these political parties have already notified INEC for their party primaries respectively. And let me tell you what is playing out. Many of these actors in their respective states, especially the governors, they have promised so many people with just one ticket. You will see a governor that promised about 10 people the electoral ticket of a certain district. You will see a governor that has already promised about 10 people to be his successor in office. Now this new electoral hard has put this kind of precarious politicians to corner. They are in disarray, they are confused. And the only way out now is to have enough time so that they can perfect their scheming. So how would they go about this? Is to get on INEC to shift post. There is no how they can speak to INEC from their house. That is why they are trying to look out for a better avenue to reach out to INEC. And I must tell you that a better avenue to reach is this IPAC. Because INEC recognizes IPAC as a major stakeholder.
So Ifedayo,
and the commission never toy with their position on issues, especially anything related to electoral process.
Ifedayo, you've talked about IPAC, okay, but we also have the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum. Now they are citing the insecurity in the northern part of the country, increasing tension across the country, occasioned by banditry and ASU strike, amongst others. How about that?
That is not an excuse. The last Anambra governorship election, there was crisis back to back. Before the election, there have been series of threats, right, of the properties, yet election took place there. So if we allow this issue of security threat to have negative effect on the conduct of election in Nigeria, I must tell you this, that in future, many of these desperate political actors will be causing crisis to get hold of INEC for an election to be postponed. So we should not see that as an excuse. At the moment now, we know the situation we find ourselves in, the issue of insecurity.
Okay.
And that notwithstanding, elections were being conducted. No government election was conducted in FCT. Election was conducted in Anambra State. We all knew how threats were coming out from different corners prior to Anambra State governorship election. Yet, election was conducted there.
Ifedayo, Yaniwura, we have to leave it at that. I want to thank you very much. Ifedayo Yaniwura is a political analyst, and Achike Chude is also a political analyst. Gentlemen, we've had a very interesting time with you on Plus Politics tonight. Thank you for your time. Hope to have you sometime soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we discuss the remaining All Progressives Congress presidential aspirants, as several have stepped down. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Plus Politics. Over 20 presidential aspirants will contest the presidential tickets of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, and will slug it out at the party's presidential primary slated for May 30. Now, several of them stepped down when Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari insisted that any public office holder who wanted to run for the office of the president on the platform of the party had to resign. Now, some of the aspirants who are still in the race include Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former governor of Lagos State, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, and former Transportation Minister, he has since resigned, Rotimi Amechi, and also former Niger Delta Affairs Minister, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has also resigned, is in the race. Former Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation, former Ogun State Governor, Senator Ibikunle Amosun, and others. And now joining us to discuss these aspirants is Ahiwe Samuel. He is a lawyer. Samuel, good evening to you, and thank you for your time.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
All right,
here.
I was telling you, off the air that you look like one of those running.
Everybody's running.
Interesting. What are your thoughts on the president's stance? I mean, when the whole talk about the Electoral Act and the provisions and clauses that should be there or not be there, especially that regarding or requiring public office holders those appointed to resign. Some people had said it wasn't really even about the law, that before now, politicians, governors and presidents had requested their appointees to step down if they were interested in elections. I mean, in Rivers State and some other states, governors like Wike and Co. had a habit of the tradition of telling the aspirants who are appointees in his cabinet to resign. We've seen that at the presidential level as well. Looking at what Mr. President has said, do you think that that furore, the uproar and the whole drama regarding the controversial section of the Electoral Act was necessary? Do you think it was necessary?
Okay, thank you very much for that. So maybe we'll just take a foray into history. Now, just like you said, it's not new, all right? And we've seen governors who ask political appointees who have the intention to go for political offices to resign. And the rationale behind that is really the fact that if you are pursuing a political office, you won't have that span of attention for the office you have been appointed to preside over. So, for example, you are a minister of transportation and you're running for president. Running for president takes a whole lot. You have been given an assignment to run a ministry, and now you're running for president. You'll be distracted. So the philosophy behind resigning is very good. Now, previously, 30 days to the general election, political office holders who intend to contest for elections are required to resign. Section 84, sub 12 of the current Electoral Act has now said, if you have an intention at all, not even 30 days before, if you have an intention before you go into the primaries, resign. Now, I think it's a very good provision because it gives the political space some sort of seriousness. It gives it some sort of seriousness, and the president enforcing that particular provision has already shown that he is one who would give in to the dictates of the law. You would recall that an individual had gone to challenge the provisions of Section 84. And maybe I should say unfortunately, but I mean, the courts ruled that Section 84, sub 12, is null and void. The court knocked it off and even instructed the Attorney General of the Federation to get the section off of the Electoral Act. But interestingly, an appeal was made on that judgment. And the Court of Appeal nullified the decision of the court below. So what it means effectively is that as we speak, Section 84 sub 12, which mandates political appointees who have an interest or an eye for political offices, elective offices, should resign. And going by that dictate, the president has directed or ordered the ministers who want to go for presidency, and in fact, ministers who are going for any political office at all, to resign. And I think that's the best thing to do, basically. And I will commend the president for that.
But the President, Muhammad Buhari, and indeed the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abuba Malami, SAN, had taken the National Assembly before the Supreme Court over this Section 84, Sub 12, like you mentioned of the Electoral Act 2022, the section which passed political appointees, like Malami himself, from seeking elective public office. I mean, what do you say to this? The fact that this is before the Supreme Court and the case that was adjourned till Thursday.
Great. So the president, when he was signing the Electoral Act, you will recall, made reservations, made comments on Section 84, Sub 12. So his proposition was that the section itself shouldn't have been there in the first place. And it was on that premise that he himself and the Attorney General of the Federation had challenged that decision. So the one you referred to at the Supreme Court. Now, the president having reservations about Section 84 and still going ahead to direct ministers to resign just shows you the fact that the president will abide by the provision of the law as it is, not as he wants it to be. So as it stands, even though the president's preference of having Section 84 Sub 12 struck out, even though that's his preference, but as we speak currently, the position is that Section 84 Sub 12 remains. And the president, I believe as a Democrat, is bound to obey the provisions of the law as it currently stands. So if the Supreme Court hears the president's case and decides that Section 84 Sub 12 should not be there in the first place, then the president can say, you know what, this is now the position of the law. So ministers that I have, you can continue without resigning. Yeah. But as it stands now, the president's preference, going by what he said when he signed the act, when he signed the bill into law, is that Section 84 Sub 12 shouldn't be there. The Court of Appeal has said Section 84 Sub 12 should remain there. And it's on the back of that the president went ahead to say, you know what, ministers, resign. So he obeys the law, not just the way he thinks it should be, but the way it is, as at the particular point in time he's taking that decision.
You're saying the president has ordered his appointees who want to be president to step down, in deference, or rather in obedience to the Electoral Act 2022.
Exactly.
All right. Isn't there? So you're saying he doesn't want to do it, but he has to do it because that's the position of the law.
Yes.
Isn't there a place in law, in jurisprudence, if I can use that term, that would allow the status quo to continue until, or would allow a stay of execution of any law as far as it's before the courts?
Great. Now, you see, the way the issue of stay of execution works, you don't just file an appeal and expect that filing or that appeal to act automatically as a stay, right? So you need to secure a stay of execution. So as we speak, there is no stay of execution on the decision of the Court of Appeal.
So you need to file a separate application.
You have to file an application for stay.
Right.
Do you understand? And again, the matter at the Supreme Court is not an offshoot of the matter at the Court of Appeal. I don't know if you understand that. So it's not as if the president appealed the decision of the Court of Appeal. So the president filed a separate action.
Taking the National
Yes,
Assembly.
so the one at the Court of Appeal now is an offshoot of the one decided by the Federal High Court, where the Federal High Court held that Section 84 should be expunged. So people appealed, some individuals appealed against that decision, and the Court of Appeal nullified the decision of the court below. So once that is ongoing, the president also has a suit on the same subject matter at the Supreme Court. So the president's action at the Supreme Court is not an offshoot of the one at the Court of Appeal. And just like I said...
But it's the same clause 84
same
sub
clause 84
12
sub
of the
12.
Act.
Yes, same clause 84 sub 12.
So if we have, different judgments, what happens?
So as it stands now, if the Supreme Court gives a decision, right? If the Supreme Court gives a decision on the matter currently filed by the President and the Attorney General, I mean, that will become the position of the law. So if the Supreme Court says Section 84 sub 12 remains, that becomes the position of the law. All right? Because the Supreme Court is the final court. So that becomes the position of the law.
So what happens to, so of course, the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. So other courts will have to submit to its decision.
Court,
yes. All right, interesting. Now, So we have the likes of Senator Chris Ngige, Minister of Labor and Productivity. We have the likes of Abubakar Malami SAN, who we here wanted to be governor of his state. Now deciding I want to stay put.
Yeah.
They have stayed put. We have the likes of Rotimi Amechi, who have resigned. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of Malami and Buhari, as far as section or clause 84 sub 12 is concerned, what happens to the likes of Amechi? Can they be recalled?
Now, you see, you should understand. Let me
be reappointed because it means that they resigned too early.
I'll tell you how it works.
Yeah.
You see, the position of a minister is an appointive position. So the president, at his pleasure, appoints the minister. And it's a matter of policy for the president. The president can as well say, you know what, even if there was no Section 84 sub 12, he can say, if you have any political intention, I don't want you to be here 100 days before the election primary. So he can tell you, if you know you are not seeing any political ambition 1 year before the election, just go. Because he appointed them, he can dismiss them.
This is his personal
It's
choice.
at his prerogative. Exactly.
Irrespective of the law.
So he can, irrespective of the law, if I appoint you, let's say as a special assistant, and I believe the job I have given you, you're beginning to do something that will interrupt your concentration on that job, I can ask you to go. So, for example, the president has asked a minister to oversee transportation, and the minister is now busy with other things, pursuing his own personal ambition. The president will definitely feel that this man is not going to be serious with the job I've given him. So, you know what? Instead of being distracted, you can go. That's not even an issue of Section 84 sub 12. It's at the prerogative. So if the Supreme Court tomorrow says Section 84 sub 12 remains, it's not a ground for the president to say, you know what, don't resign anymore. Because even without Section 84 sub 12, the president could have still asked those who have political ambitions to resign because he appointed them, and he can tell them to go at any time.
So if the president says, if the Supreme Court gives him and Malami what they want, I asked you to go because of the law as it stood at the time. Now the Supreme Court has come to a rescue. Looking at all the constitutional provisions, it said its clause 84 sub 12 was flouting, including the African charters that were cited. And the president says, come back.
Of course.
What will you say?
No, but you see, as president...
How do you see it?
As president, you can appoint, dismiss, appoint for 5 times and above. It's at your pleasure.
So he can call them back.
He can call them back.
What will you say?
So for me, what I would advise is, and like I said before, it's a good policy to ask those who have political elective positions, political intentions, to resign. And it's just because even in the private sector, if you are a director in a company and you want to contest for the House of Assembly, what it definitely means is that you will not put so much attention on your desk, your job. So what the company will do is either grant you a leave of absence or tell you to resign. You can't be pursuing House of Assembly election and be a director in a very serious-minded company. So the same thing, government or governance is serious business. You can't head an agency and you're running for governorship. You'll be distracted because to contest for governorship, you have to meet with the delegates. That means you won't be at your duty post.
All right. All right. Some of the ministers or the political appointees in the Buhari administration who have taken a step back, and rested their ambitions for now. Of course, the big one we have Abubakar Malami SAN and the AGF. Apart from him, you have the likes of Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Timi Silva.
Yeah.
We have Minister of Women Affairs, Mrs. Pauline Tallinn, who all pulled out of the race. Some people have said that these individuals, of course, I can't forget the likes of Senator Chris Ngige, Minister of Labor and Productivity. Now, some people have said that these ministers who initially were nursing presidential ambitions or governorship ambitions or whatever ambitions in the 2023 elections are imposters and they should not be allowed to continue in their positions. So what do you say to this?
So, well, people have their personal opinions. So whether or not people feel they're imposters, I really can't tell. All right. So people have different reasons for declaring intentions to contest for anything. So we made a joke of me. You were asking whether or not I have collected my form or declared for presidency. I can wake up tomorrow and say, you know what, I want to be president. Print posters, e-flyers, post it everywhere just to gain that clout and popularity. Whereas within me, I know I really do not have the intention to do that. But that intention is really within me, so I can't tell. So if the Minister of Labour, Senator Chris Ngige, if he didn't have it in mind, or he didn't have it seriously in his mind to contest in the first place, I mean that's within his own prerogative to know. I can't say really for a fact that Mr. Ngige was just trying to prove.
But very quickly, let's look at what Femi Falana, human rights activist and lawyer, is saying. He's saying that the likes of Malami and Ngige have exposed the country to what they call ridicule with their U-turn. And he's saying that after participating in a farewell meeting, they had a farewell meeting for them, that the two ministers should not be allowed to return to the cabinet to function as ministers.
Okay, so you see, what Leonard Silk was saying basically is that, if you are appointing a minister, it has to go through the approval of the Senate, right? So if a minister resigns effectively, so we don't know what played out around that resignation, right? So whether or not they actually tendered their resignation letter, we did not see any letter, right? So if in effect they tendered their resignation letter, and I think a professor wrote a counter to what Mr. Falana said. So for me, if the ministers wrote a letter of resignation and effectively resigned, before they can get back their position, they need Senate confirmation.
All right.
And that's the point. And that's the point Mr. Falana was trying to make.
Okay.
But if they did not effectively resign, they only had the intention to resign, because all we see are the things we see on the screen. So it's possible before the farewell meeting there was actually
send forth, I call it.
The send forth. There was actually, maybe that was just for the screen. Maybe there was no effective resignation just yet. Right. So, but if there was an effective resignation, before those guys can come back, they need Senate confirmation.
I wish you had more time. Very interesting submissions by you. You're a good lawyer. Thank you very much for your time. Ehiwe Samuel is a legal practitioner. He's been our guest on the second discussion right here on Plus Politics, and we would surely be looking at these issues as we inch closer to the 2023 elections. Thanks for staying with us. We've come to the end of today's show. Plus Politics returns tomorrow. I'm Kofi Bertels.
We do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen.
And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen, and the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started, you know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, you know, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. You know, so there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. You know, and I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look up, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, you know, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we will get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, you know, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, so such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty and what then is the work of the state government? You know, we had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace, and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
Good evening, I am Destiny Momo, and this is the news update. A federal high court in Abuja today struck out the newly amended 6 counts filed against Nnamdi Kanu by the federal government. The decision followed the withdrawal of the charge by the federal government. The withdrawal came after Kanu's lawyer Mike Ozekome complained that the prosecution was trying to delay processes by continuous amendment of the charge against his client. Ozekome told the court that it was the 7th time the federal government was amending its charge. And also a federal high court sitting in Oshogbo today affirmed Senator Ademola Adeleke of the PDP as the authentic candidate of the party in the forthcoming July 16th governorship election in the state. Justice Nathaniel Ayo Emmanuel, in his judgment, which lasted for more than an hour, 30 minutes, held that the primary election conducted at the Wastif Center, Oshogbo, on March the 8th, which produced Dotun Babayemi, was null and void. PDP, during its governorship primary elections on March 8, had held parallel primaries in the state. Ayo Emmanuel, who cited Section 8414 of the Electoral Act after a thorough proceeding and counter-arguments by both councils, dismissed the suit filed by Babayemi. And also a federal high court sitting in Oshogbo today affirmed Senator Ademola Adeleke of the PDP as the authentic candidate of the party in the forthcoming July 16 governorship election in the state. Justice Nathaniel Ayo Emmanuel, in his judgment, which lasted for more than an hour, 30 minutes, held that the primary election conducted. We'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Apologize for the mix-up. Gunshots amid protests have rocked the All Progressive Congress Secretariat along Woji Road, GRA, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Hundreds of members loyal to a former federal lawmaker, Senator Magnus Abe, stormed the premises alleging hijack of the screening of State Assembly aspirant and Ward State delegate selection. Speaking with newsmen, the aggrieved party faithful said they arrived at the Secretariat around 6 a.m. only to meet the gate under lock and key. The protesters from the 23 local government area of the state carried placards with various inscriptions calling on the National Secretariat to intervene. As at the time of filing the report, party ESCOs loyal to former minister are yet to react to the situation, and security agencies have taken over the Secretariat. And the national leader of the All Progressive Congress, APC, and the presidential aspirant, Bola Tinubu, has vowed that he will not retire from partisan politics until he becomes president. Tinubu was on a campaign visit to Benue State to meet with delegates and party stakeholders ahead of his party's primaries, promised that if elected, he would bring unity and development to the country. The former Lagos State governor will insisted that he is the best man for the job and appealed to the people to support him.
There's element of division going on, but from dignity of labor, not fraudulent management of accountants. We will give you Nigeria that you are proud of. May Almighty God grant all our wishes.
Former Governor of Sokoto State, Senator Kashim Shettima, insisted that Bola Tinubu is the right person to take Nigeria to the promised land.
The true mark of leadership isn't the ability to lift a bag of cement. It is the capacity to come up with rational solutions to redeem our people and our territorial jurisdiction. This is the person that will lead us to the promised land. Our delegates from Benue, I wish to call on you. I wish to implore you. I wish to beseech you to vote with your conscience, to vote for the right person to catapult our nation to a higher pedestal.
To welcome distinguished Nigerian leader of this great party and the most effective presidential aspirant we have in Nigeria today. I deeply wish to say that you are indeed welcome, sir. Benue is for you, and let me quickly hasten to say the leader of Benue, by extension, the leader of North Central, is aware that we are sitting here today. If not for him, but for him, we are here.
And the All Progressive Congress APC governorship aspirant in Adamawa State have faulted the alleged attempt by certain aspirants to replace genuinely recognized party delegates ahead of the governorship primary scheduled for May 20. Addressing a press conference, 3 aspirants, Umar Madawaki, Abdul Razak Namdaz, and Wafari Theman, described the alleged development as unacceptable. The group explained that consensus candidacy has since been quashed since the party adopted indirect primary election.
When these congresses are conducted here in Adamawa, in fact, people have started compiling their own names. Some delegates have been calling us from various local governments, alleging that their names have already been removed as delegates, when the actual exercise have not just even commenced in the first place. So you can see we have a challenge already at heart. And we need to tell the world that we are party loyalists. We agree to what our party told us, and we agree with our leaders at the state and at the national level. because this is not an anti-party thing, it's one thing. And all of us here, we have crisscrossed the whole state. We have seen our delegates. We spoke with them. We agreed that they are delegates. So if you go to a local government and you are allowed to talk to delegates, or you spoke with delegates, but only on election day, the man is no longer delegate, then that's a problem.
The aspirants said they have discussed with officials of the party in Abuja, who will be in Yola to organize and monitor the process. And now Governor Abubakar Bello of Niger today swore in 7 new commissioners to replace those who left for elective offices. Speaking at the ceremony at the Government House, Mina, Bello charged them to live up to their responsibilities. He expressed optimism that the new commissioners will add value to the cabinet in its remaining few months in office. And also Dr. Janet Ekpeyong, Director General DG, Cross River Primary Healthcare Agency, has confirmed the death of 7 children from cholera in the state. Ekpeyong said the agency recorded more than 600 suspected cases in the state between March and April. And Ekpeyong said that treatment was initiated after samples were collected for microscopic tests. But sadly, however, some of the children died before the results were out. And also Kano residents have disagreed with the government over the cause of explosion which rocked the Sabongari area of the state. The Police and National Emergency Management Agency said it's as a result of a gas explosion. The residents feel there is more to it than meets the eye. The eyewitnesses expressed their views on Street Views. Take a listen.
Actually, I'm a teacher in a school. So after our assembly in the morning, I was in the class teaching, and all of a sudden we hear a sound. And on reaching here, we saw the whole thing that happened today. But the painful thing is that the government are telling us that it is gas, while the evidence of the whole thing showing here is showing that it's a bomb blast. So I don't know why the government will be lying to us.
Anybody where they talk say na gas, na lie, no be gas. Let the government tell us the truth. Let the government say the truth. But if they don't say the truth, God go say the truth. Say everywhere now. Now after the gas, see, if you go up this Enugu road, it moves one building house. If you go to that place for Ijebu Road, one new building, it blow all the glasses. He killed my brother, 2 of my brother here. Yeah? Come here, they tell us now, gas. No be gas. Now bomb. A bomb.
It's bomb blasters. This one is not a gas. It's bomb blasters. Just play Kano State government to come and help us. Now I'm talking that human being body parts inside this place. Please, we are begging Kano State government to help us. Please.
Some say this bomb blast, that is the people that they are carrying bomb for body. But it's only God knows what happened exactly.
It's a bomb explosion. Bomb explosion yesterday. So I just thank God to my God. So nothing happened.
And now we're moving on to other parts of Africa. Worsening outdoor air pollution and toxic lead poisoning have kept global deaths from environmental contamination at an estimated 9 million per year since 2015. And this is countering modest progress made in tackling pollution elsewhere. Air pollution from industry processes along with urbanization drove a 7% increase in pollution-related death from 2015 to 2019. An earlier version of the work published in 2017 also estimated the death toll from pollution at roughly 9 million per year, at about 1 of every 6 deaths worldwide. The cost to the global economy is up to $4.6 trillion per year, and that puts pollution on par with smoking in terms of global death. COVID-19, by comparison, has killed about 6.7 million people globally since the pandemic began.
So the key findings of this report are kind of shocking, which are not much has changed in 5 years in terms of the overall number of premature deaths. We're still seeing 9 million deaths a year from all types of pollution, air, water, and soil. The big difference in this update compared to the 2017 one is that we're seeing an increase in number of deaths from modern pollution. And so what I mean by modern pollution is that which is caused by industrialization, urbanization, right? These are the concerns that we're really seeing rise now, and that number is just skyrocketing. It's actually increased 66%. So the number of premature deaths from modern pollution has increased 66% since 2000. Conversely, we're seeing a reduction in number of deaths from traditional pollution, right? This is a poverty-related pollution.
And in sports news, Tiger Woods may not agree with the comments Phil Mickelson made before taking a self-imposed hiatus from the sport, but said on Tuesday, May 17, he misses not having him in the field to defend his PGA Championship title. And Mickelson, who became golf's oldest major champion at last year's PGA Championship when he triumphed shortly before turning 51, stepped away from the game in February amid the reaction to comments he made regarding a Saudi-backed golf league. The 6-time major champion's public image took a hit when the author of an unauthorized biography said the American golfer told him he was willing to look past Saudi Arabia's human rights record to gain economic leverage over the PGA Tour. And Saudi Arabia's government has denied accusations of human rights abuses, and Mickelson later apologized for the comments, which he said were off the record. And Woods, speaking during his pre-tournament news conference at Southern Hills, said he has not talked with or reached out to Mickelson since the comments surfaced, but has disappointed not to have a defending champion in the field. And that's the news. That's the news update for more stories. Please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram with our website at www.plustvafrica.com. Many thanks for watching. I am Destiny Mama.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than, at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine arts career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. Is all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn new ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world. And then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jack, Vice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. So he could gather money and go back to school, and, you know, so I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it, you know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but yeah, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, And by then, I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, going offshore, going to the field. But, the dream started to come alive again. I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and that spark started to burn again. I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do, but rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray, and that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that is beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this was popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. They were making me carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but that's what works for me, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Spirituals, gospels, and blues informed Alvin Ailey's dance movements. Ailey was raised in poverty by a single mother in segregated Texas. His upbringing informed his choreography, a blend of modern dance and ballet, speaking to the Black experience. Using archival footage, filmmaker Jamila Wignot explores the influences behind Ailey's creative genius in her documentary, Ailey.
I really wanted to come at it in the way that Mr. Ailey came at it, and that was about let's acknowledge that there is pain and struggle in this story, but let's also look at what are the essential things that keep us going and where are the strengths and what is true to the everyday experiences of being in this particular community.
Identity was a strong message. Being able to say through the choreography, I am, was a very, very important theme that ran through the dances.
Wignot explains how Alvin Ailey's dance creation, entitled Revelations, expressed the communal joy Black people felt through dancing the night away and worshiping at church the morning after.
He wanted for every kind of audience to be able to come to a theater and experience a human story in the bodies of these people. And I think that's when Mr. Ailey talks about his work being universal.
His dance, entitled Cry, was dedicated to his mother, and to motherhood at large.
The black women who would encourage you, who would be there always, who were so supportive, I mean, that you could not fail.
What he's really trying to access and draw upon are these kind of women who have been the strength of a community, and certainly in his own life, being raised by a single mother for the vast majority of his youth.
Wignot hopes the documentary offers insight into Ailey's inner psyche as a prolific choreographer of 72 dance works, as an aloof individual, and as a gay African American who did not allow himself into permanent relationships.
He has this kind of heroic quality to him, you know, as well as these real human struggles.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Former member of Nigeria's House of Representatives, a former senator, a pilot, aircraft maintenance engineer, and currently Nigeria's Minister for Aviation. Under his tenure since 2015, Nigeria's civil aviation sector has grown and improved with safety guaranteed, boosting confidence in the aviation sector. And Nigerians seem to be thrilled with his tit-for-tat diplomacy, especially when it would appear as if Nigeria is in danger of being disrespected. Hadi Sirika, Nigeria's aviation minister, joins me on the program today. So in my introduction, I talked about how the civil aviation sector has grown and improved with safety guaranteed. Now, we know that sustaining safety has only been possible, though, because the NCAA, that's the Civil Aviation Authority, is regulating without major interference. Is that a major difference between before President Buhari came in 2015 and where we are today in 2022?
Before now, NCA used to be within the ministry back in time. Then they got cut out and lumped together with service providers like FAN, Airport Authority, like NAMA, the Airspace Management Agency, put together in one unit. And then, of course, the Civil Aviation Act came and they separated them and put them as regulators separate from service providers like NIMET or FAN or other agencies such as NAMA, like I said. So today, they operate professionally within the confines of the general direction of International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, which is the world's regulating body, UN regulating body of civil aviation, because there is no aviation B. So you cannot interfere with somebody that is regulating you.
Take us through the airport upgrades. What are the things that we did to make those airports better, to make us get off those lists of worst airports? I remember a time when the Port Harcourt International Airport, for instance, was credited to be one of the worst. I mean, when we look at sleepinginairports.com, they're still listed there, number 3, number 5, and they talk about aggressive corruption. So beyond the physical aesthetics of the airports, they've improved. What are you doing about tackling what many call aggressive corruption in our airports?
Speaking to corruption, we probably have to understand airport and its working. We in civil aviation provide the platform, the casing, if you like, where we are housing customs, immigration, NDLEA, and so many other agencies that operate within the airport. To tackle corruption by custom personnel, for example, and to prosecute them, if any. We in civil aviation are doing our best, but we have a limitation to what we can do because we are not police. And it's not officers of aviation that are doing the custom work or doing the immigration work or doing the NDLEA work within the airport itself. That said, is our premises. We're doing the very best. One, whoever we found guilty of corruption will deter him from going to the airport, will seize his card, and ban him from being posted to our locations. This we have done, and we have named and shamed. And it's a continuous process. Now, speaking to airports, really, you see, you need to understand that our focus in aviation, and I'm very sorry to say this, it's not how very beautiful your airport is. The air conditioning, the travelators, the lifts, and so on and so forth. They are nice things to have. But our major focus as a focus area and our roadmap in Buhari administration is how very safe and secure you depart point A and land point B. And everything in between. These are things that you don't see. Passenger don't see. They don't care how the aircraft will fly out of Kaduna and land Bini. How does he find where Bini is? Those equipment are not what the passenger will see. If he's approaching to land into Enugu, the equipment that will show him this is Enugu, and this is the runway, and this is the center line of the runway, and this is the threshold of the runway, so that he does not land after the runway or on the side of the runway. These equipment, like the landing equipments, landing systems that we have in place, passengers don't see them. So the major focus of this government under Buhari is to tend to all those critical safety items, which we have been doing, and passengers don't see. So our energy is targeted at that. So, but we haven't abandoned them. I'm sure everybody knows now the airports have changed. And we're on our way to concessioning the airports so that they are put into private sector so they can do them very well. And this will happen by the grace of God this year.
Does the ministry have plans, towards training? I mean, are you involved in the training aspect of both pilots and everyone that is involved in that aviation sector?
The best safety is a well-trained aviator. In Zaria, when President Buhari came, or since his coming in 2015 till date, Zaria has become International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, Africa Center of Excellence. We have the highest number of trained instructors by ICAO in the entire world. We have the highest number of ICAO courses delivered by Zaria in the entire world. We have in Zaria put simulators, like 737 simulator is a $21 million equipment is installed in Zaria. We've installed the best fire and smoke simulator in Zaria, 5.2 billion. Before the coming of Buhari, firefighters go to Kamaru for training. And President Buhari said, no, it ought to be done in Nigeria. And he provided 5.2 billion, and we bought it and we put it in Zaria, and we do our training now. And it's the best in Africa. It's automatic. And everybody that comes to Zaria to do that. In Zaria, we bought and ordered for 20 training aircraft. So far, about 8 of them have been delivered. And this aircraft, they now use Jet A1, the normal aviation fuel. Before, they use an avgas, which is very difficult to find, very expensive, and makes the training more expensive. Now the training is half in cost. There's quite a number of things that we're doing in Zaria to upgrade training, to ensure that we've trained best pilots, best engineers, best cabin crew, best air traffic controllers, and so on and so forth. So training is a core area, and every single agency in aviation is focusing on training. We're doing training and retraining of our personnel. Some we do it locally in Nigeria. Even the foreign courses, we've devised a means that we will bring in the instructors to come in and train us in-house in Nigeria, so that more number of people will have opportunity to be trained. As against
sending them out.
Yeah, you send 10 out, they come back and then train the trainer. Now you have opportunity to train 100, and those 100 now train the trainer. That has completely changed.
From what it was before.
Yeah, from what it was before. Exactly. They have an airport of their own. We're extending the runway at the moment. We have a radar simulator that we're putting there, brand new. We put an instrument landing system there, new. We put a radio equipment called VOR, very high frequency omnidirectional range, radio range equipment to show you where the area is. We put it. We put quite a number of things there in Zaria. And so we're doing training, and they're the best. And we have, in areas of safety, for example, in same Zaria, we procured an aircraft that is used to calibrate the equipment that you have at various airports to ensure they are working in the correct order and correct sense. So that if your equipment tells you this is the runway, it is actually the runway.
Right.
Okay? So there's an equipment that will show you the center line of the runway and the beginning of the runway. So you don't land after the runway or on the side. That equipment needs to be rigged to ensure that it's working well. So that rigging, that calibration, to calibrate and make sure it's working well, we used to borrow an aircraft from Niger before Buhari comes.
To do that?
To do it and pay people to come from all over the place. Today, President Buhari approved about $10 million. We bought the aircraft, we trained our pilots, and we're doing it ourselves. It's in Zaria.
Yes.
So these are things that passengers don't see and don't know. So that landing equipment has to work well for you to be able to land safely in Lagos or Kaduna.
And it helps that you're a pilot as well, trained pilot, trained aviation maintenance engineer. Let's talk a bit about certification. You were able to achieve 2 major certifications in 2017. In April for the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, and in November of 2017 for the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, especially the Abuja Airport. That certification was described as a milestone. Why?
Okay, here is why. And so that we also earn the credit that we deserve.
Yes.
Since amalgamation of Nigeria in 1914, government in, government out had tried to certify our airports according to ICAO standards by the regulator. No government was able to certify any single airport.
Why not?
And the Buhari administration came and was certify Abuja and Lagos. Why not? Because they have not put in their energy and focus and dedication and to do it. And we came as serious-minded people and we did it. We are now on our way to certifying Kano, Port Harcourt, and Enugu, and we will achieve it before the end of this administration. And that is the first time any government in the history of Nigeria from amalgamation in 1914 that did it. So Buhari did it.
What the advantage of certification?
Well, the advantage is to ensure that everything in that airport is working well
Yes.
in accordance with International Civil Aviation Organization standards and practices, and that speaks to safety, efficiency, security, comfort, and facilitation of passenger. Everything to do with the airport is according to the standards. And so, we've won a lot of awards in this administration, in our airports. Abuja won award, Lagos won award. All these awards are coming because they will come, they will check and see that those things that ought to be there in an airport are actually there. And this is the only time that Nigerian airports are being given these awards from International Civil Aviation Organizations and so on.
This is interesting, the point you make. So all those years when we were having multiple plane crashes and people thought it was witches and all those sort of things, we didn't have this certification?
No, we didn't have certification. And then so also safety of transportation, especially by air. It's a combination of so many and several factors that come together to ensure safety. It starts, like I said, with the human being himself, the aviator. How well trained is he? How proficient is he? How knowledgeable is he? What is the experience that he has? This must be ensured, and that's the work that NCA had been doing since we came, to ensure that if you have a license to be an engineer or a license to be a pilot, you are actually exercising the privilege of that license in accordance with the provision of the ICAO organization within our Nigerian civil aviation regulations and within our own set rules and regulations to ensure that you are perfect in perfect order. You're not mentally deranged. You are physically fit. You are knowledgeable enough. You're also proficient enough. You're well trained to be able to carry out the functions of that license. So that speaks to safety. That is number one. Number two, the equipment that you're flying also needs to be airworthy. So the airplane itself, someone needs to check it to ensure that that airplane is airworthy, that it can go into the air and come back safely. Someone also needs to check that the weather, for example, the weather that you're given, the focus that you're given, is actually correct and accurate, and you can use it. I'll give you an example. Some of the things that NIMET is doing, which the passenger don't see. The cause for the Sosoliso crash was identified to be a condition that is called wind shear. You know, when you shear something, when you tear something, that's exactly what happens to the air. It gets torn apart. It changes direction suddenly and speed and suddenly. So if the air is going like this, so half of it maybe comes this way and half goes this way, and suddenly and with such speed. So when it happens at low altitude, because the airplane is riding in air, it loses control and hit the ground at low altitude. So there is an equipment known as low-level wind shear alert system. They weren't there in our airports, but this government of President Buhari installed them in about 15 airports in the country, and will install them in all the airports before we leave. And another agency like the AIB, whose function is to be able to do post-mortem of an accident so that they can come out with recommendations of what to do to prevent future occurrence.
Coming in through the Abuja airport today, I noticed the NIMET office for pilots right there at the Abuja airport. I've never noticed it before. That's a new thing as well.
It's a new thing. It's a briefing office. You know, the pilots can walk in there and get briefings. You know, briefing about the weather. I want to travel to Calabar. I should be able to get briefings. But we're even going a step beyond that. We're developing apps. You know, NIMET NASA has an app that you can just download on your phone and see, okay, and get the briefing that you need for the flight. We're also having an app by NAMA, Airspace Management Agency, you know, to have all this your flight planning done, you know, automated on your phone, and you file it and you get approved, you know, on your phone. You don't need to. Before you have to put it on a form and climb onto the tower and give them and come down by hand and go to pay at the commercial section, pay and get the receipt and come back before your flight is approved. Now it's being automated. In about a month or two, all that will be on your phone. So you can plan your flight on your phone, from your office or in your cockpit, send it, get it approved, do the payment online, and you're good to go.
Join us again after the break. When we know now that people were forcefully retired, the airline was liquidated, assets were sold, why then are we trying to have a new national airline?
So we're trying to have a new national airline different from the other one. The other one was a government enterprise. So the government that established it like a bus service. So government decided to do that at that time. Why? Because one of the importance of civil aviation, air transportation, to the economy of Nigeria. Because we are 200 million people at the center of Africa, equidistant from all location.
Yes.
And more because in the past there has not been any successful airline out of Nigeria that is providing this service. 95% of all international airlines that are operating within Nigeria are non-Africans. Not even non-Nigerian, they are non-Africans. And we have the market. So why do we allow somebody to come and take our market, take our employment? So government is trying to set up this airline, which is private sector, for Nigerian private entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Maybe with some foreign, also international partners, to set up a robust Nigerian airline that will be able to provide the service. Today, 2 months ago or so, I went to London. The first class ticket from Abuja to London is 6 million naira. Does it make sense? Business class is 4,500,000. Does it make sense? Why should a British Airways be making this money? Who is British Airways? Is a former government-owned airline that was privatized into private hands. So why should a private citizen of the UK enjoy the 6 million per ticket out of Nigeria? Why not a Nigerian?
Yes.
So we thought that we should set up an airline in the correct way to be able to also partake in this business. One, to provide the service, perhaps better service. Be jealous of our country and give us the best of service. The airplanes that are coming from some of these airlines, without mentioning names,
yes,
they are not the best that they're giving us.
Yes.
But they're taking the best of money out of us. So why shouldn't we create something? And we can do it. Nigerians are very knowledgeable. Nigerians are very enterprising.
Yes.
Nigerians knows what it takes to do it. It's only the will. So we are providing the political will and the support and the sovereign shoulder for this airline to lean upon and begin to provide air transport service of today. There's a difference between Nigeria Airways and Nigeria Air. Nigeria Air is a private sector led and driven airline.
And it's not just going to be private sector on paper.
The Buhari administration focus is to make contribution to GDP of Nigeria, which is 450 billion. We want to get away from the 0.4 that we met percent GDP yes, contribution to 5%, and we can do it because within the first 2 years we took it from 0.4 to 0.6, and we're on our going when COVID came. And the way to do it is to establish this airline, to have the maintenance, repair and overhaul center, to have the leasing company, to concession the airport, do all this. And furthermore, President Buhari has approved that our airports are now free zones that attracts foreign investment, that increased GDP contribution. That speaks volumes. And you need a feeder airline for the MRO, the maintenance center, and the maintenance center needs the airline. And you need the airline also for the airports that were built. And for the second runway we are doing Abuja, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
So our roadmap is working very well, madam.
Is it still feasible? The plan was April 2022 for the new airline.
Well, so now the focus is that we are going to have this airline. The focus changed.
Yes.
When we said April, we thought that perhaps we would do the bid Whoever wins comes to establish. But that, I think we found out that, well, it's not the correct way to do it, because in that case, anybody can just go and do it. So we changed the focus. The focus now is to set up the airline first, get the AOC, Air Operator Certificate, get the ATL, Air Transport License, get everything in place, set up the airline, let it start to fly with its own aircraft and pilots and so on, and see how it's set up. Then we now invite the investors to come, both within and outside the country. So it's running parallel. And because of that, we hope that by 1st of July, we should be able to get this airline off the ground, flying domestically within Nigeria, with few aircraft, and then we keep to add on to the fleet, and up to a time when we will now get the investor, and then later we commence international operations. So that's why, because of the change of focus, and which is for good cause, we now also had to tweak the time for the start of the airline.
Timing. The Aviation Safety Roundtable Initiative, I was reading them and they were saying setting up a national carrier with 3 wet-leased aircraft is undeserving for Nigeria.
It's impossible in an aviation industry, aviation business, airline business especially, where the profit margin has been proven to be 5% or below when you do it right. For you to borrow from a Nigerian business, from a Nigerian bank, from a Nigerian entrepreneur, to borrow at 23% and make money. And the kind of equipment that you go to lease, before, people will lease 18-year-old aircraft, 19-year-old, 20-year, in the past even 25-year, 30-year-old airplanes.
Bottom of the barrel.
And those of them, those aircraft, madam, they are so inefficient to operate. They're so archaic. They burn more fuel. Some of them burn 4 times more fuel than the newer jets. They are not friendly environment-wise.
Yes.
And you bring them, and you want to compete with airlines. If you are doing international airline, if you are a Hadi Sirik airline from Nigeria, and you go to lease a 777, and you put it 2 or 3 of them on London route, or on Qatar route, or on Dubai route, or even on Ethiopia route, you want to compete with an Ethiopian airline that's an A350, a brand new one that is just 3 or 2 years old, with their own airliner that is 19 years old, that's burning 4 times more fuel, fuel being 40% of your operational cost. How are you going to compete? How? So these are some of the reasons and some of the issues that these airlines do have. They don't have access to capital, there's lack of governance, and all of them, without exception, they are one-man show. It's a money bag who feels, okay, 117 passengers times 30,000 to Kano equals this big money. And these airplanes can be leased at $1 million, he has it. He leases them, he brings them in, he does it. By the time he goes for 1 C check, and all the money gets pumped, then he says, oh my God, wait a minute. Then he makes a rethink. So this lack of governance, this one-man show running of airline, this lack of understanding of the dynamics of airline business by these operators, and their unwillingness to come together and form a very strong, vibrant, new, state-of-the-art, high-tech airline, to also have access to capital through a leasing arrangement that we are setting up as a government, is part of the problems that is bringing this down these airlines, where cousins and uncles and in-laws are owners and operators of the airline, where tickets can be given for free and so on. Okay? So these are the issues, madam, where an entrepreneur will get up. And don't get me wrong, since I came minister, I had not refused one single airline to bring in an aircraft or a route that they want to go to. All of them applied. I've given them Dubai route, I've given them London route, I've given them Guangzhou route, I've given them Beijing route, I've given them India, everywhere. I've given them 78 to 80 countries to go. Are they going? Those that have started going, how many people were left and abandoned in London? How many people were left and abandoned
so it's easy to apply for these routes, but
and they get them and to operate them because they are not operating these airlines according to the dynamics of the industry. They don't, most of them don't have what it takes to do so. Today, if there's a proper airline out of Nigeria going to Europe, British Airways will bring down their cost, because When I was a member of House of Reps, I was the deputy chairman for the House Committee. And as a professional, they asked me to chair a committee to investigate why is it that the ticket from Abuja to London, which is shorter than Accra to London, why is it that the business class is half the price from Accra to London than it is from Abuja to London? And I summoned British Airways. The guy came in charge of Africa. He said, well, the only reason is because Nigerians can afford.
Because they can afford?
Yeah. And that's why he's giving us. So, okay, thank you very much. Now this is the Nigerian option. If we do it right, because Nigerians can afford, then we'll put the price right. And we'll force them to come down with the price also. And that Nigerians will benefit.
Would you advocate for some of these airlines in the absence of proper capacity? Do you think they should merge?
I think they should. More than merge, they should now come and own this airline that we're trying to set up. They should come and own this airline that we're trying to set up because it's meant for them, private sector. But you know, the ego thing is there.
Yes.
How is a chairman CEO of airline A, who is the chairman CEO, wherever he goes, he appears on television, he comes, he grandstand, how can he now be reduced to owning 5% of an airline and he lose the fame and the name? So he wants to remain 100% of nothing than to be owner of 5% of everything.
Yes. 100% of nothing.
Yeah.
So two major challenges that still exist. Foreign exchange access, with rumors we've heard recently that some airlines now want to be paid in dollars, and of course importation of Jet A1 fuel. And I'm also relating that to problems with kerosene shortage. Some people say aviation fuel is similar to kerosene.
Well, so regarding those two questions, Madam, when we came in, there was about $600 million of funds locked up in Nigeria.
Belonging to the airlines.
Yep. And at the time when Nigeria was in a recession, also at a time when we had to pay that 75 billion to workers.
Yes.
At the time when the oil prices were plummeting, I wrote him a simple memo for him to approve that the money be paid. And he approved. And within 2 years, all those monies were paid. And more than 50% of them were for African airlines, especially Ethiopian. And we paid all. And now they're beginning to pile up because of the central bank's policy. I just written a memo now again to Mr. President, please direct CBN to allow this airline to repatriate their money. Because if a Nigerian airline also goes to their country, he has to also get his money back.
Yes.
And then as per the shortage of Jet A1 and causing the price of kerosene to go up, yeah, they're similar, yes, in terms of how they are being distilled in. We don't refine Jet A1 in Nigeria, unfortunately. Since we came, NNPC said they could do it.
Yes.
They even made me to make a promise that they would do it in 12 months. They haven't done it. As to why they are not importing, I don't know. But we pushed. The central bank is all access of foreign exchange by the majors who are importing these Jet A1s, and also by NNPC itself. NNPC and these majors ought to be given the funds, i.e. the foreign exchange, to be able to bring in this product for us to go. And the centrality of civil aviation in the dynamics of the economy of the country is very important. If you want to know how important an airline can be, or how civil aviation can be important, think about UAE, think about Dubai,
yes,
and take out the airline Emirates and take out the airports, and see what Dubai becomes.
Nothing.
Nobody will go to a 350,000 people country like Qatar, if not because of the airline. That have been forgotten in the long corner of the Hijaz area.
or Abu Dhabi with Etihad.
So civil aviation is very core, or is very central to every single economy. It's actually the backbone. Many countries have, Ethiopia, even during the war, they didn't allow the airlines to die. Would you go to Addis without the airline? You won't bother yourself to enter Rwandan Air or Kenya Air and then connect and go, unless if it is very, very, pardon me, unless it is something very, very urgent, and very pressing for you to go, or you just want to go and see how the Abyssinians used to be, you know, from the Bible and the Quran.
COVID-19, I can't talk with you without mentioning that. Obviously, you had all these plans, everything was moving seamlessly since 2015, and then COVID happened in 2019. Rationalize for us the effects COVID had. How did it slow down further improvement in the aviation sector?
Well, it did in many ways. First and foremost, the entire sector was shut down. But the airports remained opened for medical supplies, and for obvious reasons that you cannot shut them down, because restarting them will now cost you a lot of money. Right. So all of the income that we had before, the little left after salaries and so on, were put in to sustain and maintain these airports for emergencies, because there can be an airport in transit has an emergency and needs to land in Kano. So you need to open it up. So this drained us out, drained the industry really, really bad. We are finding it very difficult up to now to pay salaries in our agencies. Entrepreneurs suffered lots of losses. Imagine you're a catering company and you've signed with a firm to be supplying you chicken, and you paid for the money for a period, or you contracted something out, and suddenly there is no business. Yes. Who suffers? You. You're not making any income, you have staff, you cannot lay them off, you have to keep them, some at half salary and so on, struggle. So it really impacted and slowed down our progress. Yes. You see, unfortunately, the reason why, fortunately, the reason why we've changed our focus under Buhari to make sure that aviation is private sector led and driven is because government cannot continue to fund civil aviation. Okay? If I go to council to debate, to get something approved, I'll be debating against cholera, which is healthcare. I'll be debating against illiteracy, which is education. I'll be debating against water supply, which you need. Like Fela said, in Broken, water no get enemy. Yes. So if I am debating, looking for money for an airport, or looking for money for one equipment or another, somebody is coming looking for medicines, or the Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs, there's a flood somewhere, they're looking for money. Who gets priority? Them, not me, certainly. So since I am not a priority, I am a priority because the emergency guy, humanitarian ministry, cannot take those blankets quickly to Birnin Kebbi without me, a veto. Yes. He cannot supply that drugs to Maiduguri without me, yes. If there's cholera. If there's Ebola in Lagos, he cannot supply those without me. But I don't take that significance because they don't see it. Okay? So I find it difficult to get funded. I think President Buhari, given the scenario and the dynamics, he done very well to support civil aviation. Since we know they cannot continue, and they cannot continue to be Buhari, we pray that the person who's coming will be better than Buhari. Yes. And better than him, and then better than him, for the country. But for now, for me, he's the best. So since we know we cannot continue to have good Buharis, so we have to take it into private sector, where we can access funds for services in civil aviation. So doing that had ensured that we're putting it back to people, back to entrepreneurs. And that's why you're seeing now the airlines have been doubled, the passengers have been doubled and tripled and so on, and the airports and what have you. So people are now participating more and more in civil aviation. And the funding is coming from private sector in most cases. So all our programs and objectives are now private sector led and driven. And in that way, we're getting a sector that we deserve as a country. Coming to those specifics of how, as a government...
How did you come back from all that COVID?
Yeah, so what we did was that we ensured, one, that we've reduced and encouraged the entrepreneurs. We give them rebate, some we written off their debts, some we give them 50%, some we reschedule their debts, for them to come back. For example, if you had to pay us maybe electricity, we like ask you to pay maybe 10% of it, or we put it on hold for you for 6 months until when you come back. So like that, we brought back businesses slowly and gradually. And up to now, we're giving concessions, we're writing off some of the debts, for the entrepreneurs that are within the civil aviation, And government also gave some money to us. In the first instance, 5 billion naira was given to us, which we now didn't use for ourselves as FAN, NAMA, NCA, NAMA. No, we gave it to entrepreneurs within civil aviation like taxi companies, like catering companies, like food vendors, and like that, and ground handling, and airlines, and so on and so forth. So we brought a template and got them under their associations to sit down and give us a recommendation of how the money will be spent, and we gave it to them. So I think that is helping, and we begin to see a good comeback into the industry.
Would it be lack of funding, for instance, that makes it possible sometimes when you land at the airport, the air conditioner isn't working, or the toilet?
No, I think on that one is serial neglect over time. Let me give you the scenario or the story of Lagos Airport, which I am very popular in giving this story. People are tired of hearing me like a broken gramophone. You see, Lagos International Airport was built around 1979. And it was intended for 2 million passengers per annum, but ended up only building wing D and E, and then can support just about 200,000 passengers per annum at the time. 200,000 passengers per annum. Today, Lagos is doing like 12 million passengers per annum. Okay? So imagine this, my office was meant to be for me as minister, with my one toilet, and my one conference center, and my one office. Then they bring 16 ministers and say we should share this same office. 16 of us will be using this one toilet and one chair. That is the story of Lagos. Built for 200,000, today it's doing 12 million. And nothing was added to it. So it dilapidated beyond repairs. So what we did, we accelerated completion of the new Lagos, and they migrate, and we're concessioning the airport, and private sector will come and put in their money, to do it all over again. And don't forget, as bad as it is, it's not that government is not doing anything. So many things that are security and safety critical within the money that we're making out of fund and within the budget that we're getting are being injected into Lagos. And there's only so much that we can do.
Yes.
What is more pressing to prevent a fire occurrence within the terminal building or to do the air conditioning? Sometimes it's a choice. Okay? And nobody knows what you're doing to prevent. Yeah. When I came in as ministers, all of the exit points were under lock and key. So if there's any fire, there's no escape route. Because of so many reasons. Because they failed. So we have to open them up. We have to check the firefighting systems in the building. We have to rehabilitate them. We have to do so many things to ensure safety. We have to ensure that there's no fire. If you go in the basement of Lagos Airport and you see the amount of naked wares at the time with water dripping all over the place, it's a tremendous amount of money that was put in there to take care of all this. And passengers don't know. And the air conditioning central system, which used to give the cooling effect, because then the passengers were not many. The system was also working, so there's air conditioning. Now there are too many passengers, and the central system has failed, and you see that we put all these wall units all over the place, trying to see whether we can provide some cooling effect. Because of the number of passengers. Imagine this room, maybe meant for 6 of us, and you now jam-packed 500 of us. No matter that, won't be effective anymore. So that's why we think that the best way is to concession the airport, strip it down, open it up by private sector, put it into a new edifice, and Lagos is one floor. Even against international convention, you need to have arrival and departure up and down. So we have a huge design for Lagos. At the time when we came in, Julius Berger had asked for about 14 billion to to be able to give some palliatives to the airport, to get the cooling system, to get all of this. But of course, lack of funding and so on. So we decided that, look, the best way is to go into concession, and luckily there's huge interest for Lagos because of the money that it will do, and we get to do it. So people should bear us. We can't score 100% everywhere. Yes. But we just try and do the best that we can to ensure. But at least we are giving them a brand new terminal building, which is I think 10 times more the capacity that we have now.
10 times more the capacity. What about the second Abuja runway?
So Mr. President has approved the second Abuja runway. He's going to provide special funding for that. And he's a master in doing those things. When I got up and I saw the safety implication of the then Abuja runway, and I told Mr. President that we must, as a matter of safety and urgency, shut down the airport and build or reconstruct the runway, because airlines were landing and breaking their wheels and so on and so forth.
Yes.
He approved. And he told me, look, go and plan very well. I said, yes, sir. And that's all he said, and gave the money. And within 6 weeks, the entire country said it's not possible. Nigerian Society of Engineers made a protest to the National Assembly, said it's not possible. The National Assembly said it's not possible. I spoke for 17 hours in National Assembly in defense, over 3 days. Everybody said it was impossible. But God on our side, we made it possible. We delivered the project. They looked at the logistical nightmare at the time. Embassies and the ambassadors and the high commissioners were saying it's impossible. You cannot shut down the city. Safety is not guaranteed. You can't move it to Kaduna. We moved to Kaduna for those 6 weeks. We moved everybody there. We were trucking them through buses. We were busing people to Kaduna and back. And we were having like 9-10 rotations per day. And for those 217 kilometers, we were going and coming back. There was not a single incident. We use road safety people, we use police, we use SSS, we use army, the Air Force, the police. Everybody was putting hands on deck. And the people, the ministry, the FAN, the contractor, Julius Berger. And we had a time, and we were able to beat the time with 1 day. So we made it a day before. It was total reconstruction and rehabilitation. During that time, President Buhari gave the order and left for his medical in London.
Yes.
It was a tough time for us, And some of the challenges, which maybe will appear in either my memoir or in an interview that has more time.
Yes.
I give you just 3 challenges. We were committed to the time, and everybody was saying it's impossible, especially you, the press. Every day the television comes, they say, no, they can't deliver it. One of the things that happened is that we found out that we needed a material, fiber optic material, to put it underneath the runway, to build it upon. It's a mashed glass kind of thing.
Yes.
It's a new technology to put it on there. And they said to me, 2 weeks after we started, we have only 4 weeks more, that they cannot do it because even though it's manufactured in Germany, it takes 2 weeks sea time to come to Lagos, get cleared 1 day and get delivered to Abuja, and then get to open, by which time 6 weeks is gone. I said, no, I can't buy that. I said, is it flyable? They say yes, but at a very ridiculous cost. I asked how much, they told me. I said, I buy. And we flew them in. In 3 days, we flew them in. Another challenge was the road transport workers. They went on strike, and all our bitumen was in Calabar. So we couldn't bring out the bitumen from Calabar into Abuja. So I went to Lagos and we met with the leadership. We did what we did. They opened the window for us for 1 week, and we evacuated all the bitumen we needed, and we brought it in. And of course, we had to fix Abuja, Kaduna itself.
Yes.
We had to do some palliatives on the roads and truck people in there and come out and make sure that the airline, because the international airlines said they're not going to Kaduna. Only Ethiopian
was going.
Yeah, because of the hype created, and the embassy said don't go, and so people say don't go. I say okay, it's our country, we would fix it. Thanks to Ethiopian, they were there for us, and The same equipment that the others have is what they have. The 777s, the A350s, and so on. And they were able, the runway in Kaduna was very good. The landing systems were good. And Ethiopian went there, took passengers, and began operations in Kaduna. They said they are not going, but we had to find the means and ways to make them go.
To make it happen.
Yeah, and it happened. So this is a Buhari style. So second runway would happen in Abuja, inshallah. And he's given the directives. We found the contractor. We've given the contract. We're mobilizing them with cash, and they will start soon, and we will deliver it before President Buhari exits out of power, inshallah.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back to my concluding moments now with the Honorable Minister for Aviation, Hadi Sirika. I can't let you go without talking about your tit-for-tat diplomacy. Nigerians loved you for that. The face-off between Nigeria and Dubai. The way I understood it is that Nigeria gave 21 slots to the Emirates airline, while Dubai gave only 1 slot to Air Peace. My question is, did Air Peace request for more than 1 slot and it was declined?
So actually, I'm not in a position to do diplomacy on behalf of Nigeria because I'm not the Minister for Foreign Affairs. I'm not Minister for Foreign Affairs. And then it wasn't really like a tit for tat thing.
Yes.
It is that we have set rules, and I am jealous about those rules, and they must be observed, not in the breach. So we in the COVID-19 task force set our own rules, and we in Nigerian civil aviation set our own rules as well, which an airline must comply with. They also in UAE and in Britain set their own.
Yes.
We are observing theirs, so they should observe our own. But they breached ours. Lufthansa from Germany, British Airways from UK, KLM from Netherlands, Air France from France, and Emirates from UAE, from Dubai. They floated our rules and we banned them. Simplicity. It was easy for us to do so. And realizing the effect, day after, Lufthansa withdrew, British Airways withdrew, Air France withdrew, and say sorry, and they came back. But of course, for some reason, Emirates decided that we needed them more than they needed us, and they refused. And we stood our ground. We stood our ground and stuck to what we said we would implement. And they pushed and they pushed and they did everything that they could. And I have the best boss in the world who doesn't interfere with what you're doing.
Yes.
So long as you're not doing something wrong and you're doing it according to the law, President Buhari will support you 100%. And he didn't call him and say, oh, Hadi, please allow these Emirates to come. But every other person has said, allow them to come, we're losing, the economy is suffering. But you cannot go to
UAE their rules.
And in the course of doing that, then came the Emirates versus Air Peace. So they were coming to Nigeria 21 times
a week.
And Air Peace applied to go 3 times a week, and they denied.
They gave them only one.
Only one. And even the one, they gave them Sharjah, not Dubai.
Not mainstream Dubai.
Not Dubai. So we refused them also. We know that they're the almighty Emirates,
yes,
but they are our friends. We like their business. We want them to carry our people to go to Dubai. Because we don't even have our own anyway.
Yes. So they must do it within our law.
Exactly. That's the point. But luckily and thank goodness, everything was resolved and we became friends again.
And we're still granting multiple entry points to foreign airlines.
If you're a policymaker, you are supposed to provide for those airlines, local airlines, make their business good, right? You're also supposed to provide for that entrepreneur from Enugu or Kano. whose total capital is not more than 1 million naira. He wants to go and buy small wares in Dubai.
Yes.
Why would he have to fly from Enugu to Lagos or from Kano to Lagos? He will spend 150,000 naira to pay for ticket, go and come back, to pay for hotel, for taxi, to eat food, to waste his time. Why won't he go to Dubai direct and buy his wares and come and make money? Yes. I know people that go on those trips, all they make is 350,000 naira or 300,000 naira. I've done it before also. People that I've been doing business with to go far and near and buy wares and come and sell are still doing the business. I know it pinches. If my profit, total profit is 300,000 and I have to spend 150,000 to go to Lagos and come back, you've taken 50% of my profit. If I can come out of my house and join the plane and go to where I want to go to, why not? So as a policy maker, I have to provide for the airlines and provide for the 200 million Nigerians. Okay? And that's the way I see it. And it's also business. If they think they are losing business, by that airline going to that city in Enugu, by Ethiopia going to Enugu, people are getting more jobs as well in the same economy. Somebody has to handle them. Do you understand?
Yes.
So when they say that, as a policy maker, I have to look at everything and take the best decision. And I believe that is also growth. And I can tell you they're only being lazy. Who asked them not to be able to set up an airline that can go international? So also they have multiple landing points. And it's only they're only postponing the evil day with the single African air transport market, SATEM, coming in place.
Yes.
Which Nigeria has signed the solemn declaration, which is an AU Agenda 2063, which all the heads of states of Africa had signed. With the coming of that SATEM, certainly, for sure, if you don't have an airline, you're dead. The earlier they realize this and get out of the comfort zone and stop being all these territorial and being fiefdoms and being all this and begin to participate and create a robust airline between themselves or even partner in the national airline.
Yes.
And create a robust, very strong carrier that can withstand all these Ethiopians and all these British people and all these French and all these UAEs and all these Qataris. We can beat them at the game. How can 350,000 people in Qatar sit down to create an airline, the best airline in the world, that we cannot? We are 200 million people. We were more educated than they are. We're still more educated than Qatar is. Nigeria is more educated, more entrepreneurial than UAE is. Why can't we do it? So they're being lazy. In the days of Nigeria Airways, they were flying DC-10 to Makodi, to Sokoto, to Abuja, to Maiduguri, full from Lagos. They're not being lazy. Even in the same Nigeria today, in the present day Nigeria, Overland has developed a route to Ilorin.
Yes.
Why can't they put their money there and develop a route? It's just being lazy. The business is there. Aviation business is there. And who says you must do airline that carries passengers only?
Do cargo.
Do cargo, do mail, there's so many things to do in aviation. So for me, really, they're only crying foul, they're only being lazy about it, and they only want to continue to provide their kind of quality service for us.
Well, thank you, Honorable Minister, for speaking with me today, and thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another interesting episode of Space and Style. If this is your first time of watching the show, this is where we talk about all things property. My name is Olamide Onifade, and today we are going to be talking about a very topical issue in property acquisition. And of course, on another segment, we have our interior decorator who will be sharing tips on how to take our DIY decor to another level. On the property of the week, we are going to showcase a unique property to inspire you to join the real estate ladder. And lastly, on the artisan of the week, we have a craftsman who will take us through the nitty-gritty of his craftsmanship. But before we jump into the show, let's go on a short break and please stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. On the show today, we're going to be having a conversation on a topical issue which many people can relate to, and that is acquiring property from traditional landowners, popularly called the Omoniles in the local parlance. Have you ever bought land from a landowning family, popularly called the Omonile? What was the experience? Daunting, I guess. So to discuss this topic with me is a delectable lady and veteran in the business. My guest today is Mrs. Adaku Chibuike Ochenwa. She's a legal practitioner and senior partner at the Priceless Chambers with over 10 years experience in handling real estate matters. She specializes in investigating and performing comprehensive review of land and title documents and real estate transactions. Thank you so much, Adaku, for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
So how has practice been in that niche? You know, property transaction, because I can imagine, because that's my niche too, and I understand what you go through every day.
Well, I would say practice in that area has been interesting. Wow. You definitely get to hear a lot of stories. And beyond the stories, you are working the journey with prospective homeowners, prospective real estate investors. So it's quite interesting seeing that you are assisting clients to realize their dreams of home ownership or investment in real estate. So it's been an interesting journey thus far.
So, this Omonile Scotch. So to start with, how do you advise a potential client to negotiate a land deal with a traditional, landowners? So rather than say traditional landowners for the sake of ease, we just say Omonile. So how do you?
Okay, so normally people, prior to this season where we have a lot of real estate companies springing up, we know that people largely bought properties from what you call the Omoniles. And one of the major issues people have experienced with buying from Omoniles is because most times those transactions are either fraught with disputes or fraudulent practices. That's where you get to see somebody is selling to 1, 2, 3 other persons in that place. So what normally I would advise clients to do is ensure that, one, you're dealing with the right family.
How do you ensure that?
Okay, so before we get to how do we ensure you're dealing with the right family, okay, we call it due diligence. Ensure you do your due diligence. In law, it's called caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. So I want to buy lands from land-owning family. One, I want to find out what documents do they have on the land. If they have a registered survey, and most times, they do not have that. But some families do have it. But where you're dealing with a family that doesn't have it, one of the things you want to rely on is grapevine. Now, land and
what
properties.
What do you mean grapevine?
That's where I'm going. Now, land and properties are largely fixed assets. So they've been there for decades. There are people who know the story about this. There are, as in a neighborhood, people know that this property has been here. People have a story to tell you about this property. They know who has moved in, they know who have moved out and all that. So most times when you say grapevine, it's like getting the gist in the community about that property. So most times you get to hear, I know that something
they can readily
happened.
tell you who the landowner is.
They'll tell you the history and all that. So, and not just the news you get from local intel, you can also look out for who the traditional ruler or leader is in that community. So you can either go there to see the person, and if you don't have access directly to the traditional ruler, you can definitely see the PA or somebody within the traditional ruling family to give you a gist about the property. Oh, I heard that family Lagbaja owns this property, and we just want to come and verify that indeed that this is what is here. Because I know that for a few clients have handled search, that's always the step we get to take when trying to investigate, especially where there are no documents to authenticate the fact that you are the landowning family.
So are there pros? I know there are cons to buying from Omonile. Well, are there any pros at all? I mean, advantages from buying from them?
Okay, so I would like to say that prior to the Land Use Act, what they had was a freehold title. In essence, their title was second to none, was more like. So definitely when you buy from them, you have an absolute title. However, with the Land Use Act, their title, though not removed, is still subject to that of the governor, who is the trustee of all the lands there. So when you're buying from them, the title you have is almost similar to what they have. In essence, it's almost similar to a freehold title before you register it. So when you go ahead, after you bought from them, and you want to go ahead to register it, that's when the government begins to regulate the amount of years you have on that land.
Okay, so you're saying that you can get up to 99?
You can get up to 99.
Because you're probably the first buyer.
Directly from them. Exactly.
Okay.
Then you have to be the one to process the C of O and regularize your stand there. So that's one of the advantage. Okay. However, with the uprise of estates, you get to see that one of the disadvantages of buying such lands is that most times there's no clear mapping of what the building structure in such areas are. You get to see that there are no proper drainage systems and all that. So that is one of the lashback from buying such, except you're already buying in a built-up community where you're seeing all those drainage systems and a proper mapping of the land. So when you're buying from them in such areas, then it's a good deal because you're buying directly from the people who have something close to a freehold title.
So what about the disadvantages, which I know are enormous?
So like we've said, one of the disadvantages is always that issue of them reselling to 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Yes, we know we have a law that's in Lagos State, the Lagos State Property Protection Law, that actually guards against land grabbers. But it's one thing to have the law, and it's one thing to actually execute it. Though I know there has been execution, but the fact is, the headache one has to go through to execute the law, as in essence, I bought a property. So recently, I and a few friends came together and we wanted to start a land banking project, and we did our due diligence and all that. Now, it wasn't up to 2 weeks after we've made the payment, so we had not even established acts of possession there and all that. So the day we went, 2 weeks after, to start establishing acts of possession, somebody drove past us and said, "Madam, now get this land." And we said, yes. Say, "Hey, these Omonile people, they can't bring me, come here." So, in essence, immediately we heard that. In short, that day we just went to view the land, clear the place and all that. We took acts of possession immediately. We started establishing boundaries and all that. So
what do you mean in layman terms? What do you mean acts of possession?
Okay, so when I said we took acts of possession immediately, is we had to start establishing our presence there. Establishing our presence by fencing, by putting blocks, by ensuring that people know that aside from the fact that this place has been bought from the Omoniles, it has been cleared, and now you're seeing a building come up. Do you understand? So definitely, if somebody brings you there, then we place the signboard. If somebody brings you there and say that I'm the owner of this land, you will want to call the number there. You will want to see there are physical...
So you have constructive notice.
Exactly. So you have constructive notice. You can't ignore the fact that you didn't notice that people were already establishing their acts of possession.
Okay, Adako, just hold your thoughts.
Okay.
We're due for a short break. We'll be back.
Thank you.
We're due for a short break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, and you are still watching Space and Style. Adako Chibuike Ochinwa is still with us in the studio discussing how to acquire land from traditional landowners, popularly known as Omonile, in local palace. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you too for having me.
Before we went on the break, we were talking about how to do your due diligence and all that, but how, okay, so for instance, you're starting a real estate transaction and you want to buy from this Omonile. Who are the professionals you should be having beside you?
Okay, so as a person, as an individual who wants to buy properties from Omonile, I would refer to 2 major professionals you should have on standby when you want to transact with Omoniles. 1 is your legal practitioner, and 2, it's your surveyor. Now, your legal practitioner, because they understand the pros and cons of buying from family lands. In essence, they need to know that the person or the people you're transacting with has capacity to transfer title to you. Because when you're buying from land-owning families, not everybody there has the capacity to transfer to you because they belong to the family. So you want to ensure that your legal practitioner is guiding you to make sure that you're transacting with the right people that can transfer title to you. And your surveyor, you want to be sure that that particular portion where you are negotiating on is free from government acquisition.
So what's the role of the surveyor then?
The role of the surveyor is to get to site, ensure that the right coordinates are picked, and carry out a search on it to be sure that the land you're you intend to buy.
It's free from
It's
acquisition.
free from acquisition. It's indeed the same property that is being described on the survey plan.
Okay, so there are also a lot of hidden charges when you buy. Foundation, what's it called,
Levy.
charge. This one levy, different, members of the family would come in. How can you avoid that?
Okay, so I initially talked about the Lagos State Property Protection Law. The Lagos State Property Protection Law actually worked on regulating that. And it said that people should not, through their agents or something, reap people off who want to construct. However, it does not preclude land-owning families from collecting their usual foundation levy or one money levy, but this must be.
So, are you saying the government is agreeing with them that they are entitled
Actually, I'm
to the
saying
foundation?
that the law is agreeing with them that they are entitled to the foundation levy. However, it must be collected through the family head. So when you're transacting for the land, you're negotiating that along with them so that you don't have issues when you're constructing. And you're going into agreement terms with them that this is all I'm paying over this. Nobody should come again to the construction site to demand for this.
But of course, you know that you can't control that. What if they come back? How do you get
To
out
a large extent, you can control that because you're negotiating with the family head. The family head has authority over the family, the land-owning family. So I'm negotiating with you guys. Okay, we're going to construct this, that. And another thing we have learned in the real estate business, now this is not legal, this is real estate. There are necessary evils. In essence, you might not always be on site. So you want to create, and you're going to be buying into their community, you want to create a camaraderie
with them.
Now you can get them to supply you blocks. You can get them involved.
Get them busy.
You get so that in a way they're earning from your construction, and at the same time they're overseeing one or two of your projects.
So how do you determine that you're speaking to the right family member? Because you're talking about family head, principal, members of the family, and
which is why it's always advisable that you go with a very sound real estate professional in the field when you're going on that journey with Omoniless.
Wow.
It's not something you can do alone.
Thank you so much, Adaku. It's so unfortunate we are already out of time. I would have loved to have the discussion again, but of course, this is an ongoing discussion. There are many areas that we have not touched on, and I hope you come back again when you call.
I definitely look forward to coming back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
It was an insightful discussion.
Thank you.
We have come to the end of this segment, and I believe that after listening to this discussion, you have more knowledge and insight of what to do when you're dealing with customary landowners and avoid being victims of fraudulent transactions. And this takes us to the next segment of the show. So let's hear what our interior decorator is preaching to us this week. Enjoy.
I'm Dr. Morenike Basharu, CEO and Chief Creative Director at Dewey Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today we're going to talk about lighting in interior design. Lighting is one of the most important elements of design. And it's simply because an interior project is brought to light with lighting. Imagine a space that you do a beautiful colors, beautiful furniture with no light. It's not going to be lively. It will be drab. So lighting brings life to every design project. So we're going to talk about, today I'm going to talk to you about the importance of lighting, and also I'm going to talk to you about the different types of lighting we've got in interior design. So light creates depth and it creates coziness in a design project. Also, light can be used to focus on very attractive areas in a design project because, let me take for example, you design a living space and you put a particular beautiful furniture in a corner, and you want to highlight this furniture, you can put a lighting around there, to bring focus to that furniture. So you use lighting to do that. Also, lighting can be used for tasks. right? So we want to read, for example, we can have the reading lamps, we can have lighting that are used in kitchen cabinetry, for instance, that you want to focus on some items that you put in your cabinets, right? Or you put wall art on the wall, you want to have lighting on top of this wall art, to focus on some interior accessories that you put on them. So lighting can be used for this. So we're going to go into types of lighting that we have. So we've got three broad category of lighting. So we've got the ambience lighting, we have the task, and we have the accent light. So for the ambience light is like the light that gives the ambience to the space. So it's the bright lighting. So you can use chandeliers to create that. You can use your spotlight to create that. So that's what gives the mood to that space. So let me take, for example, in a workspace, like an office, a corporate office, you want to have bright lighting. So you don't want to start using like the mood yellow or very amber lighting. You want to use the white lighting because that is the function of that space. In a home, for example, maybe you have a living room or you want to have a place where it's cozy, you might want to use like your amber lighting. So we have got the ambient light. We have the task light that is used for purpose. So let me take, for example, in the kitchen, I want to put it under my cabinetry. So if I want to work on the kitchen top, I can put it on and I can chop and see clearly. If I want to read by maybe a reading table in a corner, I want to put light there so it helps me, it illuminates the area properly for me. So we also have the accent light that can focus on pieces, just to accentuate those pieces. So let me take, for example, a wall art. You can have a beautiful wall art on the wall and you want to put a beautiful lighting over it to focus on the wall art. You can have like a pretty piece somewhere, you want to put light on it to just focus on it. So those are the different categories of lighting that we have. But and we also have the decorative lighting. And in some instances, you can have some lighting that are ambience lighting, but again, they're decorative. And that's when we talk about our chandeliers. And that's why we have some chandeliers, they're not drab, they're a bit dramatic, to bring, to pop the space. All right, so let me give you a tip to go away with today. So if you have a small space and you don't want to spend too much and you still want your space to be a bit dramatic, you can just change your chandelier. Have that dramatic chandelier in place. I hope you've been able to learn one or two things today. See you again next week.
Welcome back to the last segment of the show, the Artisan Spot, where we discuss with a highly skilled workman on the intricacies of his craftsmanship. Enjoy.
My name is Williams Michael. I'm an iron bender. I've been serving for before I became contractor, I've been serving for 8 years before I became a contractor. Just only, if you have a child brain, you can only use 3 years, 4 years to learn it. It will make you to understand more and to make you to have more knowledge, more wisdom about the world. And to make you to be traveling around so many places, even so many places you have never been going before. A lot of places like that. So that's why I choose to do it. I just like it. Yeah, number one, everything for safety at first. You have to be careful about what you do, how you walk on the site. You have to be careful about all those things. Anybody can be a good iron bender once you learn it. It's something, it's work you learn normally. So there's no physical or something else. Everything is not just like energy, song, no. Use your brain. There are some kind of things that I will bend. And if a guy comes to me, and anybody that have muscle power more than me, he can't even bend it. Why? Because you need to use your brain. There's the way it's bent. If you don't learn it, you can't just come and do it. The best part of the job is laying and tightening. Laying mats and tightening. I enjoy it. The major problem I do find in the job is that normally sometimes the job is get some that they will just rush you. You have to finish it on time and you don't even have enough time to do the job. That's the major challenge we do face on the job. So they have to give us time to finish it. But when they are rushing us, we may not be able to meet up our point at times again. You need to understand the tape. It's very important. And you need to know how to bend. To bend is one of the most important things on the tape again. And secondly, for you to become a contractor in iron bender, you have to understand the drawing, which they call plan, in any way anyhow they design it, anyhow you have to understand it very well. Yes, I advise people to learn this for because it's a very good job and to let you to know more about what you didn't even know before and to make you travel to many states.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week. I am Olamide Onifade, and thanks so much for watching. Until next week, this is Space and Style.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you the shoemaker. And in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good evening, I am Destiny Momo. This is the news update. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has banned the operations of commercial motorcycles in 6 local governments. The governor announced that the ban is indefinite and total. The 6 local governments listed by the governor are Ikeja, Surulere, Etiosa, Lagos Mainland, Lagos Island, and Apapa. The governor gave out a directive at a meeting with the Commissioner of Police, area commanders and DPOs at the State House in Alausa. The fresh ban followed the February 2020 restriction placed on the activities of commercial motorcycles. The ban comes days after Okada riders killed a young man in the Lekki area of Lagos State over 100 naira balance.
The whole of Sule local government, the whole of Etiosa local government, the whole of mainland local government, the whole of Apapa local government, and the whole of Lagos Island local government. A total ban on this and all of the highways effective from the 1st of June. This is the first banning that we're going to be embarking on, so that others know that in a short while it's either they get out or they look for something else to do. And from 1st of June, there are LCDs that are underneath them. We're going to publish them. We're going to list all of them. And so we're given the notice now, right, where you can begin to do your recce, begin to do, your strategy. From the 1st of June, please, we want all of the Okada to be completely off this major road.
And one person was feared dead today when suspected members of IPOB invaded Ugbolu community and environs in Delta State. They also attacked 2 Dangote trucks, a commercial motorcycle, and an Audi Volkswagen car. The suspected militant group reportedly blocked the Ugbolu-Ila Road at mile 5, shooting indiscriminately. And a federal high court in Abuja today struck out the newly amended 6 counts filed against Nnamdi Kanu by the federal government. The decision followed the withdrawal of the charge by the federal government. The withdrawal came after Kanu's lawyer, Mike Ozekome, complained that the prosecution was trying to delay processes by continuous amendment of the charge against his client. Ozekome told the court that it was the 7th time the federal government was amending its charge. And also a federal high court sitting in Oshogbo today affirmed Senator Ademola Adeleke of the PDP as the authentic candidate of the party in the forthcoming July 16th governorship election in the state. Justice Nathaniel Ayo Emmanuel, in his judgment, which lasted for more than an hour 30 minutes, held that the primary election conducted at the Waktif Center, Oshogbo, on March the 8th, which produced Dotun Babayemi, was null and void. PDP, during its governorship primary elections on March 8, had held parallel primaries in the state. Ayo Emmanuel, who cited Section 84(14) of the Electoral Act, after a thorough proceeding and counter-arguments by both councils, dismissed the suit filed by Babayemi. And gunshots amid protests have rocked the All Progressive Congress Secretariat along Woji Road, GRA, Port Harcourt, River State, and hundreds of members loyal to a former federal lawmaker, Senator Magnus Abe, stormed the premises, alleging hijack of the screening of state assembly aspirants and ward state delegate selection. Speaking with newsmen, the aggrieved party faithful said they arrived at the Secretariat around 6 a.m. only to meet the gates under lock and key. The protesters from the 23 local government area of the state carried placards with various inscriptions calling on the National Secretariat to intervene. As at the time of filing the report, party ESCOs loyal to the former minister are yet to react to the situation, and security agencies have taken over the Secretariat. And the national leader of the All Progressive Congress, APC, and a presidential aspirant, Bola Asiwaju Tinubu, has vowed that he will not retire from partisan politics until he becomes president. Tinubu was on a campaign visit to Benue State to meet with delegates and party stakeholders ahead of his party's primaries, promised that if elected, he will bring unity and development to the country. The former Lagos State governor, who insisted that he is the best man for the job, and appealed to the people to support him.
There's an element of division going on, but from dignity of labor, not fraudulent management of accountants, we will give you Nigeria that you are proud of. May Almighty God grant all our wishes. Help me and stand with me to become the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, so I can serve you and serve you honestly.
In his remark, former governor of Sokoto State, Senator Kashim Shettima, insisted that Bola Tinubu is the right person to take Nigeria to the promised land.
The true mark of leadership isn't the ability to lift a bag of cement. It is the capacity to come up with rational solutions to redeem our people and our territorial jurisdiction. This is the person that will lead us to the promised land. Our delegates from Benue, I wish to call on you. I wish to implore you. I wish to beseech you to vote with your conscience, to vote for the right person to catapult our nation to a higher pedestal. to welcome distinguished Nigerian leader of this great party and the most effective presidential aspirant we have in Nigeria today. I deeply wish to say that you are indeed welcome, sir. Benue is for you, and let me quickly hasten to say the leader of Benue by extension, the leader of North Central, is aware that we are sitting here today. If not for him, but for him, we are here.
INEC says Kaduna State came tops in the northern part of Nigeria in the ongoing online voters registration with 486,589 registrants. The resident electoral commissioner, Asmau Maikudi, and said in Kaduna, I beg your pardon, that the state also placed third in the region in the number of those who completed their registration physically. She was addressing a stakeholders meeting when she made the declarations. She noted, however, that while the feat was commendable, INEC discovered that about 37.4% of the new registration in Kaduna State was invalid. And Dr. Janet Ekpenyong, Director General DG Cross River Primary Healthcare Agency, has confirmed the death of 7 children from cholera in the state. Ekpenyong said the agency recorded more than 600 suspected cases in the state between March and April. Ekpenyong said the treatment was initiated after samples were collected for microscopic tests, but sadly, however, some of the children died before the results were out. Kano residents have disagreed with the government over the cause of explosion which rocked the Sabongari area of the state. The Police and National Emergency Management Agency said it's as a result of a gas explosion. The residents feel there is more to it than meets the eye. The eyewitnesses expressed their views on our Street Views. Take a look.
Actually, I'm a teacher in a school. So after our assembly in the morning, I was in the class teaching, and all of a sudden we hear a sound. And on reaching here, we saw the whole thing that happened today. But the painful thing is that the government are telling us that it is gas, while the evidence of the whole thing showing here is showing that it's a bomb blast. So I don't know why the government will be lying to us.
Anybody where they talk saying that gas na lie, no be gas. Let the government tell us the truth. Let the government say the truth. But if they don't say the truth, God go say the truth. Say everywhere now. Now after the gas, if you go up this new road, it move one building house. If you go to that place for Ijabu Road, one new building, it blow all the glasses. He killed my brother, 2 of my brother here. Yeah? Come here, come they tell us now, gas. No be gas. Now bomb. A bomb.
It's bomb blasters. This one is not a gas. It's bomb blasters. Just play Kano State government to come and help us. Now I'm talking that human being body parts inside this place. Please, we are begging Kano State government to help us. Please.
Some say this bomb blast, that is the people that they are carrying bomb for body. But it's only God knows what happened exactly. It's a bomb explosion. Bomb explosion yesterday. So I just thank God to my God. So nothing happened.
News from other parts of Africa. Dozens of Egyptian journalists gathered yesterday to protest the death of Palestinian reporter Shirin Abu Akleh, who was killed while covering an Israeli raid in the West Bank last week. They protested inside the building of the Journalists Syndicate in downtown Cairo, where they chanted anti-Israel slogans and burned a piece of paper with the Israeli flag drawn on it. Palestinian authorities have described the death of Abu Akleh as an assassination by Israeli forces. The UN Security Council has strongly condemned Abu Akleh's killing and called for an immediate, thorough, transparent and fair and impartial investigation. And the Kinshasa government said that it was premature to withdraw Ugandan troops present in the DRC to fight the ADF rebel group. DRC is stressing that such a decision mentioned by Ugandan military officers was up to the heads of the two states. In a tweet, the head of Ugandan Army, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, said that the operation launched jointly with the Congolese army at the end of November to fight the ADF rebels was to last 6 months and would therefore end on May the 31st, unless otherwise instructed. However, in a second message on Twitter, he then clarified that the operation will continue even for another 6 months if both President Museveni and Tshisekedi decide to extend it. From news outside Africa, a European Commission today unveiled a plan for Europe to end its reliance on Russian fossil fuels by 2027 and to use the pivot away from Moscow to quicken its transition to green energy. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Europe's top gas supplier, has prompted the European Union to rethink its energy policies amid sharpened concerns of supply shocks. Russia supplies 40% of the bloc's gas and 20% of its imported oil, and EU countries are struggling to agree to sanctions.
Putin's war is, as we all see, heavily disrupting the global energy market. It shows on one hand how dependent we are on imported fossil fuels, but it also shows how vulnerable we are on relying on Russia for importing our fossil fuels, and therefore we must now reduce our, as soon as possible, our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. So REPowerEU will help us to save more energy, to accelerate the phasing out of fossil fuel, and most importantly, to kickstart investments on a new scale. So I would say this will be the speed charging of our European Green Deal.
And that's a news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and then visit our website at plustvafrica.com, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hey, what's up guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Kindness is the word that inspired Emmy Award-winning filmmakers Kahani Cooperman and John Hoffman to make The Antidote. The documentary focuses on how American communities across the country are coming together in times of need.
My name is O'Connell. I'm Dr. O'Connell. What do you need? Anything? I need mental health.
Dr. James O'Connell, founder of Boston Healthcare for the Homeless, goes out in the streets to treat homeless people.
I'm Russell. I work here at the college. Tell me your name again.
In Amarillo, Texas, Russell Laurie Hart, president of Amarillo College, helps underprivileged students manage their personal lives, thrive academically, and escape